However, the pandemic also led to events unprecedented lessons in the public health in Kisumu County. Being a county of first, Kisumu County now has real-time data on COVID. The data that flows from different health facilities is instrumental in shaping decisions on COVID management and helps in proactive handling of the mutant virus.
At the ward level, we can see which ward has more positive cases, which ward is testing more, and this one helps anyone seated anywhere with access to the platform to zoom in and understand where these cases are and what needs to be done.
Community health is now digitized. The data is also centralized and can be easily followed. Monitoring of data has also contributed to flow in patients' history.
Since we started using the digital platform, it has been easy to follow up the CHBs. It has reduced the cooked data. It has reduced loss to follow up clients since they're in the phone. You are able to get them anytime you want. And I'm also able to call CHB even from home since I have everything is on home. And then having clients get it easy at home when they sit here and doing their outside visits. When they come across any pregnant mother, it is easy to refine follow-up. It is easy to follow up even the pregnancies to report everything. Since you will, the app will just remind you each and every client, for example, the pregnant mother, this one is due for this NC visit, this one is due for this NC visit, and then the CHB also get it easy to follow up and to know who is due for the visit. So the CHB can go or call the client to remind them to go for their visit. And then for the children, immunization part is also been easy since the CHB is able to know who is due for the vaccine, which is which one.
Thank you for calling Kisumu Emergency Operations Center. Mary speaking. How can I help you?
The Emergency Operations Center, EOC, was set up to offer 24-hour support to the residents of Kisumu on health matters. It has a toll-free number that helps in times of emergency. To date, the EOC has received and executed 26,372 calls. Kisumu residents have not only been shielded from catastrophic spending, now they can access affordable and quality health care thanks to the setting up of Marwa, a social health insurance cover for the people of Kisumu. Marwa is now targeting organized groups such as Mama Mboga, rice farmers, cotton farmers, among others, and also self-pay. Since its inception to date, the 49 Marwa facilities have recorded 109,828 new outpatient visits, and the number is growing daily. In quest to commercialize the agriculture sector, the Department of Agriculture focused on developing and implementing projects that support smallholder farmers, youths, women, and the fisher folk in the county to sustainably produce and market agricultural and fisheries produce.
And solar drive. Ini end project mabera di fanya makaka makaloko bisi. Kira mangen ke visual ka. Wasu kita tamana ile kuru gini di fanya wa wanyalo ke gorajika kai to ka fudo ruchi.
Naonelea kwa sababu inakusaidia ukiweka samaki unapata kama nzuri, haiwezi kuwa inaharibika hapo ndani, na vile stima pia haipeleki sana kwa sababu ikifika ni automatic. Kuna wakati ikifika inasimamisha yenyewe, alafu baada ya kusimamisha kama moto unaingia kidogo tena inaanza. Tunatumia sana ice, na ile gulp ambayo tulikuwa nayo ilikuwa ni kidogo. mengine tulikuwa nayo lakini imekuwa ni kidogo. Sasa samaki zingine zilikuwa zinawekwa kwa ice kama ice hakuna. Sasa watu walikuwa wanahangaika huko na huko kutafuta maji.
Capacity building for fisherfolk community has been undertaken, training on bookkeeping, stock management, as well as connection to potential financials done through the SLDP.
Benefited from federal program. Some of us were taken training and some activities are taken. We have been running and producing fingerling successfully. So local farmers have been buying tilapia fingerlings and also fingerlings.
Efforts have been upscaled even in the setting up of a daily excellence center in. The brick and mortar is ready. Offices, a production house. Hay is also ready. Hushed. Waiting for the opportune time for consumption. Daily equipment have been procured and will be installed this month in readiness to launch the center. A new technology in the management of roads in Kisumu was adopted with the aim of increasing efficiency. The clay crate innovation sustains roads conditions up to 10 years. In partnership with Clay Crate, the department did a kilometer Uba-Gita number major achievements have also been realized through construction and maintenance of county access roads for construction of box culverts, purchase of new plants, and provision of mechanical services. The Department of Roads pioneered the machine-based maintenance program approach, informed by the need to reduce costs of roads construction and ensure efficiency and effectiveness in maintenance. Under the program, 160 kilometers of roads are maintained across the county. In total, 270 kilometers of roads were opened and maintained. The department acquired a grader, 40 lorries, motorcycles, and a double cabin to boost the machine-based road maintenance project. To cut time wasted in fueling at petrol stations, fuel tank was erected and dispensing units established to ensure efficiency in fuel distribution to vehicles and machineries. More schools across several sub-counties have benefited from installed stands that offer relief to both parents and teachers. As a measure to curtail the spread of coronavirus, our learning institutions and health facilities, the department procured and distributed 22 number of 10 meters cubic water storage tanks in 22 primary schools. Learning is therefore uninterrupted. Waterborne diseases reduced among the pupils. Those efforts are in line in achieving safe water for the residents of Kisumu.
We are currently enjoying the benefits. It has really assisted in the improving of the hygienic standards of the school. And I want to say that it has also improved increments in the enrollment of the school.
The department successfully implemented a total of 72 water projects across all 7 sub-counties, bringing the coverage of safe water in the county now at 70%. Pupils no longer shy away from school. The pre-primary program focused on providing access to free quality and safe ECD education to primary school children in Kisumu County. The ECDE infrastructural development was realized. ECDE sanitation, hygiene, school feeding program, ECDE capitation, under which writing and reading materials were distributed. Employment of ECD teachers was also realized.
First batch, we had 44 chairs in plastic bags. Yes, tables we had 11. Then in the second batch, We had chairs, steel chairs 80, and the tables we have 40.
For Karanda, Kabanda, ECD is complete now. Onjiko ECD is complete. Okaya ECD is complete.
Classrooms and toilets were constructed for the children to have a good learning. The classrooms are of standard sizes, complete with teachers' room. In this year, 50 new classes and 5 toilets were constructed to completion. There are other 72 that are still undergoing construction. Breastfeeding moms working in Kisumu County will now be able to concentrate at work thanks to the setting up of the Dots and Drops, a model ECD center and breastfeeding room. This is a brainchild of Mama Kisumu, Dorothy. Alongside the Dots and Drops, a nutrition action plan.
The nutrition aspect is really crucial. As you heard from the previous speakers, the natural care goes hand in hand with nutrition.
We have been consistent in the disbursement of the bursaries and scholarships to needy students across the 7 sub-counties. Last month, we assembled here to distribute 45 million well to our students. And this makes shillings 250 million. The total amount of bursaries distributed in this particular financial year.
Avero kamano ahinya mbada talo kimo avero kamano yata bali tiero maisha moja okamwa kwa kanebo wakako kibe kwani kwa luzi bali kukere bali kwanya tanio au sasa kaka beti kom ana mo nami ya chi hospital na ko ka asana na ba ka di gaudo asa yo ka asa yo
The sky swung left, right, and round, and to the beat they all moved in step in preparation to host the Pan-African cities. A lot of work has been put in place, sensitization of those in the hospitality industry, ready to host the 10,000 delegates.
The world then will have an opportunity to view Kenya through the eyes of Kisumu.
Many residents have also registered to be and Kisumu has a new place forming, even with sunshine 6 months. After its groundbreaking, the conference center is progressing. Kisumu has brought out the best in the people of Kisumu, galvanizing us as a family, and together we can pride ourselves in success and achievements.
I have seen the future and it works.
Kisumu has experienced rapid growth in the last few years as the regional, administrative, commercial, and industrial center for the lake communities. Kisumu's rich endowment, such as the lake itself and the fertile agricultural land, has given rise to a thriving economy. As Africa strives to be a leading player in global politics and economy, the county government of Kisumu, through the stewardship of Governor Anyang, has made great strides as it endeavors to grow into an economic giant in the region.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Delegates, if you can hear me and you are on the just 2 minutes so that we settle. If you know somebody who should be here and is not here, and you give them a call and get here so that we settle.
By now we've learned.
So once again, good people, delegates, please walk into the auditorium that is cut off. In just a short while, we should be streaming live. We have a bit of a connection with the internet, but it's being sorted out, I can assure you. And so that we don't leave behind our colleagues who are streaming live. Ushers, please ask the delegates standing outside to show you.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. I'm told the streaming is here and we are good to go. And just in a short while, ladies and gentlemen, I believe you had a rest evening yesterday for those who joined us for the cocktail. It must have been interesting, just in case you missed it. It's unfortunate that you can reach related stories from those who attended. And so In just a matter of 50 seconds or so, we should be starting off. I am trying to synchronize this with the streaming so that they do not miss out on anything. Remember, if you know somebody who would be interested in following what's happening here, and they are not here, you can ask them to join us via the website streaming www.kisumuinvestmentsconference.co.ke. Today is usually an impactful day, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to have so much information and so much engagement that you will not want to miss out on any of these sessions. And at this time, may I request you take on your team, just like yesterday, to give us the prayer in form of the anthems for Kenya and East Africa. We all be outstanding, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You see me your seats. I love the national anthems. They come in prayer form. And so when you dedicate yourself and listen to the words very keenly, the Jumuiya Africa Mashariki song anthem tells us about taking responsibility and being responsible to YPBK. And I want to believe we all will do exactly that. And this is the point where I want to request my technical support team with the 2 microphones to walk around the room. Please raise up your hand. Tell me just one or 2 things that you be trying from yesterday's session before we start off. We'll do that with about 2, 3, or 4 people, and then we start off officially. So just raise up your hand, just share with us your experience yesterday. Let's see if we are on the same track. Somebody probably got more than the others did, or somebody missed out on something. This is the time to recap so that is that the day that is so packed today, we will not miss out on anything. Any show of hands, amen? Yes, there is. We have the microphone, please. Once again, start by introducing yourself, sir.
Yes, good morning. My name is Dr. Peter Prof. I was not here yesterday. I just come this morning. I've been looking at the program. And I'm missing out to attend ICT. I realized there was a change in the programs. What I'm looking for, I'm not here receiving, no maybe I'm going to find it. I'm coming as an investor, something on technology, technology. What I'm seeing is that the discussions are centered around the county government of Kisumu. What about open investment to the county? That's what I'm asking.
Thank you very much. I am happy that the CCM in charge of education and ICT is here. Mwalimu John Awiti, just raise up your hand. I will request that to have a B2G engagement, business to government engagement, so that we can be able to explore what you have in mind and is able to share with you what's available through these sessions. But thank you very much for raising that up. I just want to say sorry you missed out a lot, but do not worry, because at the end of the day, our report will be giving our reports on the sessions we had yesterday. Next, please. Anyone hand somewhere? Any hand somewhere? Did I see a hand? I will raise hand. I will quickly step you through today's program. before we start our officially in just 2 or 3 minutes. My chief presenter today is already in the room, and she will be talking to us in just a minute or 2. And thereafter, we will have an engagement with a very able panel, which will take us all the way to when we take a break for tea and help. And thereafter, we have the breakaway sessions. Remember, for those who are joining us today, this is breakaway session 1. Otherwise, we demand to dealing with 1 in your programs. Right outside this hall, on to your right, we have the dealing room 2. In dealing room 2, today we have solid waste management. In dealing room 1 here, we have health systems. Then, just right outside this area is dealing room 3, where we have a very exciting and engaging interaction on financial services, economic planning, and land administration. You sure do not want to miss out on that if you intend to invest in Kisumu. In dealing room 4, at the extreme end, we'll be having water and sanitation services before we take a lunch break at around 12:45, and we resume at 2:30, where we have dealing room 1 here, environment and climate change, dealing room 2 out there, affordable housing, dealing room 3 just outside this, development in marketing, and dealing room 4 down there, energy. We will also be having today a session on tourism and sports, and we'll let you know where the venue is just after the plenary here. Remember, in the evening, before we disperse for the day, we will be having reports from the rapporteur of yesterday's sessions, and I want to make a very passionate request that we do this in good time today, so that we are able to start in very good time tomorrow at 8:15, because most of the delegates, most of the investors will be traveling back to Nairobi in the afternoon flight. So my very passionate appeal, ladies and gentlemen, is we try and keep time so that we move out and be able to move back in tomorrow seamlessly. And now, ladies and gentlemen, because the time is here, I wish to introduce to you for this morning's talk on utilization of the county credit facility for resource mobilization and development. All the details you wish to know. A graduate of the United States International University in collaboration with Columbia Business School in Business Administration. A double major degree program in Business Administration and Marketing from Bayside University and Global Executive MBA Strategy. A seasoned Nairobi Securities Exchange expert, somebody who has worked in the private sector over the years, is a university lecturer and currently the Deputy Governor of Nyeri County. Ladies and gentlemen, we have together for Dr. Caroline Wanjiru Karuku.
And thank you very much, Charles. Your Excellency, Governor of the great city of Kisumu, your lovely wife, and the First Lady, my colleague, Deputy Governor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hamjambo. Oyare. Oh, wonderful. It looks like we haven't all woken up. Clearly, it is hard to wake up from this beautiful lakeside city. So I can understand if people are still streaming in. And we will do that as we also try and put up my PowerPoint presentation. I bring you greetings from the wonderful people of Nyeri County. And I also bring you apologies from the not so wonderful people of Nyeri County, who you might have recently had making some misguided statements that we are not lovers of history. The truth is, that was a personal statement. The people of Nyeri County are not only lovers and respecters of history, indeed we are custodians of history, being the land and the home of the Mau Mau. So I wish to correct that impression that has been made, that Nyeri County, we do not want to hear history. We are nothing but history ourselves. I do also wish to invite all of you to Nyeri County when you are around the Mount Kenya region. We are 2 hours out of Nairobi. Do come and taste some of the best coffee that you will ever taste while you're over. And I hope the people who are putting up my presentation will make it snappy. Come and taste wonderful coffee. Our coffee is used to blend bad coffee from all over. So if you want to taste the best coffee in the world, that will come from Nyeri County. If you're a lover of tea as well, we serve the best tea. Once again, it is used to blend some bad tea from various countries. So you will taste your best tea from the county I serve called Nyeri County. Are you a lover of cheese and dairy products? We have lots of those in Nyeri County, so please stop by and enjoy Nyeri County. We say when God gives you a cold environment, He gives you warm people. So we from Nyeri are very warm-hearted people. I'd like to go straight into my presentation. Thank you very much for honoring me with this chance to share what my experience has been. I've been in the regional capital markets of this country and beyond for about 15, 20 years before I got into the madness of politics, or rather before I started swimming with the sharks. I used to swim with other sharks in the capital markets, a job that I totally used to enjoy. So if you have, do you have a pointer or somebody's going to be running through the slides? Okay. All right, good. So we can go on and I'll just give a short next slide. Yes, that is a short table of contents of what I will be speaking about today, really. Like the person introducing said, we will be speaking about the credit rating. What does it mean for Kisumu County? What opportunities does it open in terms of resource mobilization and capital for development products and development and infrastructure programs for Kisumu County? And then we'll speak a little bit, which is not there in the table of contents. I'll speak a little bit about the PPP Act that the President recently assented to. If we can move to the next slide. Great, so we start from trying to understand exactly what a credit rating is. For those of you who might not have interacted with one, a credit rating really is a quantified assessment of the credit worthiness of an issuer. And an issuer can be a company, it can be a government, it can be a county government or a national government. So a credit rating really is able to measure the credit worthiness and the risk thereof of any entity. You might have had companies that do this. I'm sure you have heard of the Standards and Poor's. You might have heard of Fitch. You might have heard of Moody's. And recently, on 28th of July, a company called GCR, which is a credit rating company, did then move to Kisumu and also give Kisumu a credit rating. So what is the purpose of a credit rating? A credit rating is able to look and weigh at the riskiness of an issuer and the issuer's ability and willingness thereof to meet its debt obligations. This becomes very important because you know nobody grows without some level of debt, whether it's at a personal basis or even at a government basis. It's important to look at the creditworthiness of and the ability of an entity to be able to pay. Let's go back. I'm not done. I wish I had a pointer, then I would do this by myself. Next time, please get a pointer. Now, the other thing is that a good credit rating or credit rating can determine the approval process. Welcome very much, Kisumu. Of a debt facility. The approval process of a debt facility has an excess on the credit rating. Credit rating also determines the applicable interest rates or the costs of capital, the cost of whatever you're borrowing. It also, a good credit rating will inspire investor confidence. Next slide. Wow. Good. So then what does a credit rating mean for Kisumu County? Like I said, on 28th of July, a company called GCR affirmed the county government of Kisumu with a double E on long-term issuer rating and a single B on short-term issuer basis with an outlook, with a stable outlook. So at this point, let me congratulate His Excellency, the Governor and the county governments of Kisumu for this wonderful, wonderful performance. Kisumu is just one of the 4 credit-rated counties, and a credit rating will also show you that the Governor is also ready and open to show accountability on his part to those who are willing to interrogate the internal processes. So that would be congratulations to your professor and your team. Stable outlook is encouraging. Now, this was on 28th of July. I've been able to follow Kisumu County to find out how they're doing after the credit rating. And some of the things that came out in the report have been regularized. And I am sure beyond any reasonable doubts, if we were going to go back to GCR today, we will certainly get a good reclassification. These are some of the things that the team, the governor and the team have been able to work on that were raised by GCR. The issue of appointing the audit committee now is done. Increase and stabilization of own source revenue. We can see a steady growth of own source revenue, and I think the finance team might have shared that with you. The own source revenue strategy, GCR had recommended we stay within the range of 8.7 to 15%. I think currently, I just saw this morning, Kisumu is now at 17%. Congratulations to yourself. The issue of the valuation role was raised, because what's a credit rating does, like the SWOT analysis, it will give you the strengths and your weaknesses and what you need to work on. So some of these things like the valuation role were raised by GCR. They have been able to be regularized. I'm told there's somebody that wants to support, and I'm sorry, it's an aspect in litigation. The issue of arrears, uncollected arrears now are down from 9 billion to 7 billion. Congratulations to you. We're struggling with that in many, many counties. The audit opinion, just like many counties, in Kenya, actually almost all counties have had an adverse opinion. Kisumu has been able to move from an adverse opinion to a qualified opinion, which is not the ideal position. We want to move this to an unqualified position, and I know the team is working hard to ensure that does happen. The reconciliations between IFMIs and the financial statements have been able to get done. The reconciliations between the bank accounts and the bank balances are done. The regularization of the asset register is done, and it has also been and start of a process of the HR audit, which will be able to see whether you're able to deal with your recurrent expenditure, which once again is not a unique case for Kisumu County. In Nyong'o County, When we did an HR audit, we discovered that we had people called mosquito catchers, and there were not over 100 people. We paid a salary with a job description as a mosquito catcher. There are others who were meter readers, and we had no meters. So it is also something that is cross-cutting. So it is not necessarily doing your HR audit that you know who you're paying. If we can move to the next slide. This is now, we have cut this out from the report to show you exactly where Kisumu is, and that's where the red sample is. And like I said, I have no doubt with the things that have been able to be regularized. If we go up GCR today, which is just a couple of months after the rating, we'll be able to see that move up to a triple B for long-term issuer and an A3 for short-term issuer, and therefore moving the risk from a moderate risk to a low risk county. I have no doubt that we're able there. So that is a wonderful, wonderful step for Kisumu County. If we can move to the next slide. So what is the significance of a credit rating? Number one, a credit rating, like I said, shows confidence on the governance structure. I like to say a county is as good as the man or the woman at the helm of it. If you have a bad governance structure, you shouldn't expect miracles. Of course, the outcome is going to be poor. For Kisumu County, you need to thank God for Professor Anyang, who is a show of confidence even to the face of investors, and has been able also to put together a governance structure that inspires confidence. Credit rating also gives believability of the financial position. We all know that there are some financial positions of companies and county governments that we cannot really believe. So this is a stamp of confidence from an outsider of the believability of the financial position of the county. The other thing is that it also gives confidence in the accountability processes of the county government. It positions the county government for viable credits, and then it also exposes a county to investors, and not only local investors, but international investors. If somebody today is sitting someplace in London, a pension fund or whoever, and wants to put money in Kenya, they will ask how is Kenya structured? Because Kenya has a remote government, so there's a national government, and then there's a county government. Then with the click of the button, they will be able to see that which of these county governments is most creditworthy, and Kisumu is going to be right there amongst the only 4 counties that then get that international exposure to the investors. It positions the county government for cheap or affordable capital through various instruments, and we will go through them, those that are in the capital markets. And then it also, like I said, it puts you on a platform of international evaluation, because it's not an evaluation that was locally done, and it gives you that exposure. It's a little bit like being on the NSC 20 share index, and you can see my colleague from the NSCs here, Jackson Kininja, I worked with him when I was at the NSC. So when you are on the NSC 20 share index, you're the top 20 performing companies, for instance. So if an investor is sitting anywhere in the world and wants to put money in the private sector, they will look at those that are within the NSC 20 share index. So Kisumu is within that range of exposure, even to the international markets. Let's keep moving. So why is Kisumu right for investments? And these are these things that we picked out as unique selling points for Kisumu County. Kisumu County is one county within a click of a button, and I invite you to visit www.kisumu.go.ke. You will see a budget that is well planned, and that one that doesn't hide a lot. You know, there are some financial statements that you really need somebody to explain to you. And you know, they used to say in finance language, you either, if you can't convince them, you confuse them. So there are some financial statements that are out to confuse you. For Kisumu County, if you look at the budget, it's done per program, you know, and per sector. So it helps you nail down what amount of money and where is the focus of the county governments of Kisumu per sector. If you look at the ADP, the Annual Development Plan, as well, it also gives you the high priority areas for impact. What, where is the, for instance, the governor and his team, where are their eyes on where will the money be going to? The other thing is that it goes further on the website. You're able to see projects that are highlighted for PPPs, for the public-private partnerships. Where can you plug in if you're a private investor, for instance? That is laid out for you. They have even gone a step further and analyzed the risk and the profile of this these particular interactions by risk. So you're able to see how much risk, and you're able also to match it with your risk appetite. There is the issue of existence of a wonderful, what I would call a wonderful infrastructure from the ports and from the local infrastructure. There is, this is a city that is doing not too badly on infrastructure, even though we'll speak about it a little later on how then we can improve it. Prime opportunities, if you look at the governor's manifesto, the governor's, you're lucky you have a governor who also is a professor. His manifesto is almost like a strategic plan. Some of the manifestos we see with politicians are written in good, beautiful language to attract you, and there is really no content in between that. His manifesto is even weighted to the amounts of impact that he intends, his vision to have on the people of the city. Then you're lucky with your population dividend, you're able to have affordable and skilled labor, young people, so that is also a unique selling point for Kisumu County. The macros are good, considering the environment within which the county government of Kisumu is in, and there's also, like I said, easy access to information, which is a big one to move on. Next slide, please. Great, so we looked through and picked out the sectors, the low-hanging fruits, so to speak, and I know that this has been spoken about previously, but I wanted to give it from our eyes as people who have been exposed to this kind of information. Your lowest hanging fruit is around the blue economy, is around the freshwater lake that you happen to, that you happen to house. There's a lot of investment opportunities, and I see there was a session I think yesterday about those investment opportunities around the blue economy and aquaculture, which are low-hanging fruits. Agribusiness is another big one. Once again, you have a freshwater lake. What you do with this is really not limited to how the amount of returns that you can get. Health and health infrastructure, whether it's in pharmaceutical companies, in manufacturing, or in digitization of the existing health infrastructure, there is a low-hanging fruit right there. Housing is a big one. The last time I met investors who were interested in Kisumu, a good 30% of them were interested in this area of urban housing and infrastructure. So this also has some level of, it has some level of attractiveness to the eyes of the investors. The yields are looking good. I was looking at them this morning. They are looking as good almost as those fruits in the city of Nairobi. So as the bubble of the city of Nairobi begins to burst, as it will at some point, then Kisumu gives you an alternative place to put your money in the sector of housing. I invite you to visit, I like to invite people to visit the Dubai Multi-Commodity Center, the Special Economic Zone. The next time you're in Dubai, once you're done with shopping in the Dubai malls, please go to their Special Economic Zone and see what they're trying to do with the Special Economic Zone. I was last there and I realized that Dubai will dictate the next coffee prices for eternity. Because even though Dubai does not have one coffee bush, all our coffee is now being traded in Dubai. What they have done, they have come up with a center where everybody brings their coffee from across the world, and they blend it to your taste and dictate the price for you. The coffee prices will not be dictated by we, the producers in the county. They will be dictated by, people like Dubai. Kisumu happens to be located smack in the middle of the East African region. You can then profile yourselves as a commercial center, as a Dubai that interconnects all these East African countries and catalyzes trade amongst the countries. There's nothing that stops you from doing that. Come up with a special economic zone where you can incubate businesses and where you can be able to ensure that you have a springboard for people who want to come and manufacture or whatever they want to do, and then serve the larger East African region. You have that advantage here in Kisumu. Tourism, I have never seen an underutilized waterfront like that of Kisumu County. Surely what of Kisumu? You have beautiful waterfronts. Cities that are next to the waterfronts are most beautiful. Think about them. Think about Dubai, think about Cairo, think about all cities that have a waterfront are the most beautiful cities. But when you come to our dear Kisumu, you will find that bathing is a showering. We cannot sell Lake Victoria as a bathing site. There's going to be more that we can do. And I say that with profound respect, Professor. There's going to be more that we can do with that waterfront in terms of tourism. And that is where, for instance, PPPs do come in. And I'm sure that the governor can have concessions with people buying land around the waterfront, especially for recreational activities and for hotels and tourism. Where you're floating bars and floating restaurants and down cruises, I think there's a lot of opportunity around the waterfront. Manufacturing, like I said, and the service industry, and we have seen a lot of improvements in the inland hotels and the service industry, but there's also a lot more opportunities if you are, for instance, that way inclined. Then there is a commercialization of sports. The people of Kisumu are sporty. We see big names in soccer teams across the world. But we don't see too much going on here, apart from when politicians want to be elected, they come and give some funny looking jerseys to your young men, and then they say now they're supporting sports. There's going to be more we can do towards the commercialization of sports, because you're blessed with sporting young men and women. ICT and ICT related services, and thank God we have the PS for ICT here, and I do hope that during your tenure as PS, you have been able to also challenge the teams here internally to look deeper on what investments can be made in the ICT. And the ICT environment can also be joined with a special economic zone, have sites for incubation, especially for young people who want to get in the digital space. Next slide, please. So the nature of products that are accessible to you after the credit rating, we have drawn this down to 4, like you can see. One is the products that are accessible within the capital markets, including the debt instruments, county bonds, and specifically infrastructure bonds. The good thing about the debt instruments like a county bond is that it gives even the locals a chance to participate in making their county great. It's also a low risk instrument that attracts capital directly, into a county government. Cities like Santon City, if you have been to South Africa, Santon City, the sanitation system in Santon City has been built using a county bond. There is nothing that stops Kisumu from looking at their Kisumu Vision 2050 and earmarking those big projects and issuing county bonds using the various, for instance, the various companies that are owned by the county government. This, for me, is the lowest hanging fruit past your credit rating that now we can begin to work on even for next year. There is also the asset-backed securities, which for me is a secondary conversation. After we're done with you with county bond, then we're able to then securitize this debt into an asset that is traded and can be traded across the world. Strategic partnership for investments are also important, getting to get partners who share in your vision and who share in where you're headed in terms of the economic activity you want to concentrate on and walking the journey together. Real estate is a big one. Like I said, the last time I met investors from Kisumu, a good 30-40% would like to get into this area. A rate is easy. A rate is like a share. When you buy a share of Safaricom, for instance, you become a part owner. A rate gives you a chance to become a part owner of a real estate project. So you don't have to say, I'm not a billionaire, because we believe that a billionaire is the one who builds 18-story apartments, 4 floors. You don't have, if you don't have money to build 4 floors and buildings or the real estate has been securitized, you can buy a share of that building. What then that does to you, get a dividend, just like you would have bought a share in the Nairobi Stock Exchange of a company. So you're a part owner of the building. So this story of wanting to build whole building by yourself, then it kills you with blood pressure and this is because the plumbing works seems to be working. I know investors of real estate. So soon you're not an investor, you're also a plumber, you are an electrical engineer because you're the one fixing the ceilings. You do not have, leave that to the experts and buy a rate, and therefore we should encourage investors in that space to securitize their real estate. The other one is bank financing, which I'm not very crazy about. Usually that will be extremely expensive, especially for county governments. But the way to make banks participate in what we're doing at the county level is easy, is you issue a bond, for instance, a county bond. Many banks are also not very happy with this business of lending because, of the delinquency levels. So they're happy to buy a bond. And when the bond market usually is doing well, you will see there are no loans in the bank. So you go to your bank and they take you through a very long journey. But when the bond market is not doing well, then it has an inverse impact. Because when the bond market is doing well, the banks take the money and they buy bonds, and it's an easy investment, it's risk-free, that's which for returns is an easy investment. Now, when they're not doing well, that's when you see this many adverts of come for a loan, come for 2 loans, let us discuss, because that is the banking sector for you. So how to make banks then participate and you lead in this game as a county government is issue a bond, let them buy into your bond as I'm sure they will. Then there is also the private equities, people who have money and want to come and directly inject it into various ventures, whether it's within the county government or whether within the companies and the corporations that are owned by the county government. PPP, I said I'll speak about it a little later. This has been something that Kenya has been working on for a very long time. The public-private partnership, it has been, in fact, when I was working with Jackson at the Nairobi Securities Exchange, we were so tired of this story of Kenya coming up with legislation around PPP that we nicknamed it and called it the permanently pending projects of Kenya. Because it never seems to keep off. But thankfully, just about 2 weeks ago, the president did assent to the PPP Act of 2021, and I'll highlight a little bit about it in the later slide. So resource mobilization through capital markets is the way to go. It is the cheaper way to go. And if you look at the capital markets master plan of 2014 to 2023 and the NSC strategic plan 2020-2024, they actually earmark the devolved units, the 47 counties, as the new units that are going to catalyze economic activity in this country. Therefore, there is a lot of focus towards the counties, and there's a lot of investors looking for the counties to get their acts together so that then they become great investment opportunities even for investors world over. Also, if you look at our constitution, Article 175, sub-Article 5, county governments are tasked with the responsibility of having reliable sources of revenue. And when I say reliable sources of revenue, the constitution does not then tell governors that every year you must mark up the permits, you must mark up the licenses. What the county governments are supposed to do is begin to think harder. How can we diversify our revenue streams? How can we ensure that we are so efficient that we become a catalyst for businesses within, for instance, Kisumu County, and then in return, those businesses do pay taxes, and it's in the sort of the circle goes round. So that is also a constitutional responsibility of the county governments, if we can move this. So, as you know, these are the sources of revenue currently for Raleigh County government. There's the equitable share, which is the vertical share allocation. There's the horizontal share allocation. There's also, as is permitted by our constitution, chapter 12, section 209, to impose taxes, like I said, and charge business permits to our people, and that is what a lot of county governments have concentrated on. And I like to challenge, whenever I can challenge county governments, I like to challenge them. You don't have to tax your people too much. If you find yourself every time wanting to tax your people more, it means that there's something that is very, very wrong. Because the county government is already supposed to have smart economic activity so that then you don't have to overtax people. There is more people contributing to the kitty so that the little people contributing to the kitty are not overtaxed and recharged. So it's just thinking a little harder. Then there is also the development financing, which you will see a lot of counties, including Kisumu, having benefited from lots of international development partners, and for which we say asante sana. So with the capital markets you then introduce yes another layer of financing options for county governments. And we're saying that with the capital markets we're able to raise either short or medium or long-term funds, anything from 2 years to 30 years borrowing for instance through the capital markets. And we're saying about the governments of Kisumu, I think after this credit rating, it is about time for you to begin to think of issuing a county bond, and it gives you up to a 30-year maturity period, which has been, for instance, our experience at the capital markets. The longest bond that we have seen is one whose maturity is in 30 years. So nothing stops Kisumu from issuing a bond that is even as 30, as long term as that. So I just did a small illustration here. So for instance, the national government has issued a 21-year bond that is paying 12.8% per year. So if the national government is able to do that, and if we reclassify, for instance, right now, if when Kisumu is the credit rating of B, and we wanted a 21-year-old bond, what we would pay would be a little more than what, for instance, the national government is paying, just due to our credit rating. If we are able to reclassify it to, for instance, an A or triple B, the higher your credit rated, then the lower you pay in terms of the return to your investor. So that is just a demonstration that you are indeed you're able to, for instance, issue a 21-year bond, and you will pay every year 13% thereabouts in terms of return. If you then compare that with any type of borrowing, you will see what I mean by the capital markets does give you affordable capital. If we can move on. So this is why, in my view, the county governments of Kisumu should consider an infrastructure bond. Infrastructure bond for Kisumu, for instance, will help in the already existing infrastructure or infrastructural development, whether it is already existing and ongoing or it is new. this particular debt instrument is able to help springboard those. And I looked through, you know, the work and some of the things that have been written about Kisumu, and I think Kisumu is ready because you have a vehicle, the Lakefront Development Corporation. My understanding from other counties who have tried to issue county bonds is that you face headwinds when you try to do it as a county government. And it is then advisable that you take one of the companies within the county government and they become the issuer themselves and not a county government. The processes and the approvals become way much easier when you do that. And therefore, this is, for instance, a good example as to how you can issue a bond. So the good thing about the bond is, number one, it has restrictions. The funds that are raised must go into the reasons why they're raised. So if you, for instance, floats an infrastructure bond, the funds must go to the infrastructure development within which you raise your money for. So it cannot be used to pay salaries, even if the estate did not release any money for salaries. The bonds also must have a minimum term of 3 years, so it gives you leeway, you know, as county governments to plan. The good thing also about the infrastructure bonds is that in Kenya, infrastructure bonds are tax-free, and therefore they are very attractive to pension funds, to high net worth individuals and investors, both locally and foreign investors. So then it becomes a very good option. Then the last thing about why I think Kisumu is ready for this infrastructure bond is the fact that you can also have a green shoe option. And a green shoe option, you float the board, should it be oversubscribed at the money you raise? For instance, Kenya in September, the national government of Kenya floated a bond that was 75 billion, which attracted 151 billion. So, you know, ideally what they're supposed to do is that they're supposed to take their 70 billion and say the rest of it is an oversubscription, take back your money. But with a green shoe option, you're able to say, I wanted 70 billion, you have given me 151 billion, I will then take, instead of 70 billion, I will either take the 150 or I'll take 100. It gives you that option. Let's keep moving. So there are some conditions though, currently. One is the issue of the sovereign guarantee, or the national government will require to guarantee. And we have been of the opinion in the capital markets that this is something that our legislators should be able to lobby and change the PFM Act, or amend the PFM Act, so that some of these rigorous you know, approvals then stop becoming a bottleneck. So the next time you see your area member of parliament, please tell them to get off the wheelbarrow and all those things that they're doing for you that is really a nonsense, and tell them to get back, try to change some of these things like the PFM Act, so that then it becomes easier for investors, you know, to put money, for instance, in county bonds. Then there is the funds that are raised also must go into CapEx, into capital expenditure, like I said before. There is also a trick. The county government itself must be ready to put the skin in the game. So if you're raising money, you must also be able to raise at least 15% to show goodwill, and also to ensure that you will also look after our investors' money. The county must also be able to seek internal approval processes through the county assembly, and I think I can see Mr. Speaker Sarah here. It's important that the county assembly also begins to understand the importance of this. The other thing is that you will have to put together an information memorandum in the spirit of full disclosure. You will have to then map out the investments opportunities, weigh them down to what are the returns per sector to the investors, and put that information out there. So that these are just top of mind few conditions for the debt markets. So why the capital markets, for instance, after the Paris Treaty, why would you look at the capital markets? And number one, it provides an opportunity for you who's born in Kisumu and who has been looking for a way to invest back home. Stop sending that money to your cousins, who then build you a home and take a photograph of your neighbor's home and send it to you. The board gives you an opportunity to invest back home directly without middlemen. The capital markets also give you a stable, guaranteed, stable, and good investments, and good returns at a low risk. Because for one, you also, if you, for instance, you're a Kisumu resident, you will be able to choose your own governor. If you're not, still it gives you a stable place and low risk area to put in your investments. Then it also gives you, if you can go back a little bit, I'm not done with that slide. The duration of the debt instruments can be extended. Like I said, you can issue a 20-year bond and want to extend it another 5 years with the capital markets. That is also possible. The levels of long-term financing, they're about 11%, it's dancing around 11-12%, vis-a-vis about 19, 20, 27% from the bank. So that is why the capital markets make a good space for investments. I said I will speak a little bit about the PPP Act, finally, that His Excellency the President ascended to about 2 weeks ago. And we have been on this journey for as long as I remember. One of the things that have happened that are good, for instance, for us in the devolved units is that now there is council representation in the PPP committees and in the petition committees, because initially we did not have people who understood devolution. It's one thing to understand PPPs, it's the other to also understand how county governments work. And therefore, for instance, if somebody wants to put money in county governments, we had a problem with the committee, which was mostly private sector driven, trying to understand how people then can participate and invest in county governments. Now we will have 2 representatives in both tiers, both in the PPP committee and in the petitions committee, so that if there is a dispute, there is somebody who understands how devolution is working and understands the both units, who then sits in that committee. The process has been shortened from 11 steps to 4. I don't even know what we are doing with 11 steps. I bet you have to bring your chief or sub-chief to help in approval processes. But the process has now been cut from 11 steps to only 4. Step number 1, approval of project proposal. Step number 2, approval to negotiate the project agreement with the successful bidder between the county government and the successful bidder. Step number 3, approval of the project and the risk assessment reports. And step number 3 is to execute the project agreement. It is as easy as that for those of you looking at PPP as your way to interact, for instance, with Kisumu County. There's also been for us in the county government, there's also been, we have expanded or increased the ways of procurement. Initially, there were only 2 ways you could engage in PPP. One was a competitive bidding, and 2 was a privately initiated agreement or investment proposal. Now you can also procure a PPP using direct procurement. If you see, or if, for instance, the county governments of Kisumu sees an opportunity, they can actually say, this is somebody that we would like to partner with in this particular sector without having to go through a long procurement process. And also restricted bidding. We can say, for instance, we want to take advantage of the waterfront, and we are looking at bidders who will come in and build hotels or whatever. And so that's sort of restricted bidding. So now there are 4 ways. There's no reason why a county government can say that our hands are tied in terms of procurement of PPPs. There are timelines now. All these 4 stages of approval processes, the act is clear. You cannot be approving, for instance, the project proposal till Kingdom come. You have to approve within 30, 60 days, which is fantastic, especially for for the private investors. Then there's also the increased number of PPP arrangements to include joint ventures, strategic partnerships, and annuity-based design, together with the build, operate, transfer, especially for infrastructure projects. So that is a snapshot of what happened when His Excellency the President ascended to the bill last week. For you investors to see that now there is a real opportunity and that the processes have been made that much easier. And therefore, then as you're looking into Kisumu, look at that also as an area or as an avenue to put your money into Kisumu. Our investment priorities, based on having looked at the manifesto, having looked at the CIDP Vision 2050 of Kisumu, and number one, I've seen that there is a lot of focus on economic, on activities that benefits the people of Kisumu economically. So economic benefits, and also activities that are aligned with the strategic objective of the county. Another priority area is projects that are geared to economic prosperity, like I said, for the residents of Kisumu. I know Governor will be very happy when I say this, because for politicians, if you want to do well with politicians, please do tell us how many people are you going to be employing, how many youth are you going to be employing. So if you are putting money in Kisumu, remember that these projects must be able to also create opportunities, first for the people of Kisumu and for the people from without. Projects also that create substantive job opportunities, like I said, the projects that optimize and use locally produced materials also are key, for instance, and you also be able to cut a deal easily with the county government if you are able to demonstrate that you will use locally produced materials, for instance, if you look at manufacturing. But of course, sustainable projects, we are talking about climate change. So if you are able to also prove that you are sensitive about sustainability, then I think you will not have a problem with the county governments of Kisumu. So what are the key drivers for how Kisumu County would like to engage its investors? It's driven by those 4 principles. One is transparency. I have not seen another county in Kenya that reads its state of the county address religiously like the county of Kisumu. The President reads the State of the Nation address. Tomorrow, His Excellency, the Governor of Kisumu will read. And what does this then show to investors? That this is a county that is serious about transparency and is serious about this is how they're doing. If you're doing well, we have not done well. I've listened to the state of the county addresses, and they own up and they say, here we imagined we would be here, but we did make it, and these are the encumbrances. So transparency is key to be able to attract and retain investor confidence. Accountability is another thing. You're able to be accountable for monies that have been given to you, and that is something that I have seen in Kisumu County, and I want to congratulate the governor. Governance is another thing. I say county is as good as a person, the man and the woman at the helm. Kisumu County has been able to demonstrate stability in its governance process, and it's also a unique thing. For Kisumu County. Then there's also the positive outlook. DCR has stated that Kisumu's outlook is stable, which is a vote of confidence, and the outlook of Kisumu, ceteris paribus, all factors remaining constant, is a positive outlook. The last one that has 5 asterisks is the political stability of Kisumu. And I'd like to spend a minute on this. When I was growing up in the capital markets for many years, investors would tell me money is noise, investments is noise. Unfortunately, Kisumu County has been one that has suffered a reputational risk of the hotbed during the political season. I want to urge the political class that is here today to cool down and slow down your political temperatures if you do want Kisumu to have and maintain that stable outlook. Where there is chaos, investors usually will shy away because they do not know when we're going to burn down their investments or when their investments will for instance, die. This cyclical cycle of every 4 years, we are unsure that we can invest, and it's not only for Kisumu, even Kenya itself. I remember when we worked at the NSC, twice every 4th year, our analysts would begin to send cautionary notes to our investors, telling them Kenya is going to an election. We do not know what the turnout is going to be. And you know what the investors will do? They will withdraw from Kenya. Every 4 years, they will put their money. The 4 years, they will withdraw and put the money in Nigeria, because they say want to be in Africa, put their money in Egypt, in Ethiopia, and they will leave the Kenyan market. So we are serious. This issue of political stability is a serious one. And that is why I like to congratulate His Excellency the President and the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga for shaking hands to show stability in this country is important and therefore inspire confidence even to our investors. And if you're here as an investor, I wish to say with a handshake, I do not see, having been in the capital markets for many years, the outlook now looks much more stable than it did in years before. And because I know I have a good eye, for instance, on where patterns are going, I am sure from where I see it right now that Kenya will be stable within the next political cycle. So do not be afraid. We put in money in Kenya and Kisumu. I know we have also learned our lessons from post-election violence, and you will be able to see an environment that is a lot more stable for your investments. Next slide, please. Great, we're concluding. As I conclude, this is just making a bid to you as investors that the Vision 2050 of Kisumu is huge and ambitious. Capital markets and private investors will be a key cog in the wheel going forward in terms of bridging the financial gaps. I'm sure you see governors, whenever you see governors issue statements, the first thing they do is complain either of lateness of the exchequer money or lack of enough resources to get into development projects. So for countries like Kisumu, that is about to be behind us because especially of the credit rating. And that is why I say right now, from where I sit, that Kisumu County will easily be Kenya's best kept secret destination for your investment. And I want to invite all of you to put your money in Kisumu County and take advantage of the fast mover advantage, because the truth is this story will go around and soon we will have a lot more appetite for Kisumu, and what you will have been able to invest easily will be harder to get into and more costlier to you. So do take this chance and take a piece of Kisumu County for yourself. I want to leave you with a quote from Warren Buffett, and I want to read his story because investing also is a bit of a game of patience. And he says that successful investing takes time, discipline, and patience. No matter how great the talent or efforts, some things just take time. You cannot produce a baby in 1 month by getting 9 women pregnant. I thank you very much for the privilege of your session.
That was brilliant. Let's give another round. Just wondering who wants to take Warren Buffett on that challenge. Like getting a baby in 1 month by making 9 women pregnant. Quite interesting. Thank you so much once again, Kari. Ladies and gentlemen, this is becoming even more interesting. So interesting that unfortunately time seems to move much faster than we had envisaged. Nonetheless, we will ensure that we capture every bit of it so that it's valuable for your time, which, like you just noticed, is precious. Now, before we move on to the next session, allow me to very humbly take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Jerome Ochen. Mr. Jerome Ochen is the Principal Secretary in charge of ICT and innovation in this country. Mr. Jerome, thank you. And Mr. Ochen, just before you came in, there is one investor who was very keen about the ICT space in Kisumu County. Mheshimiwa, apparently he is the son of the soil, otherwise known as the son of the chest of the soil. In Kijaluo, we say you will go below. So he's here on Kisumu County, and I'm sure you'll be able to interact. I also want to introduce the presence of Zamara Group. Zamara Group, the insurance, just stand up and wave kindly. Thank you so much, sir. They're together with Mr. Richard Muteti. Mr. Richard Muteti is the national chairman for the Juakali sector, the micro and small enterprises sector. Mr. Richard Muteti, he will be joining us part of the panelists this morning. May I also recognize the presence of CECs present in the room? Madam Anyang, please just wave. Any other CEC? Mwalimu Wawiti, Mr. George is here, will be part of the panel, together with the CEOs, the chief officers. And this is the point where I just want to draw your attention to the fact that the website through which we are streaming is www.kisumuinvestmentsummit.co.ke. Anybody joining us there, you should be able to direct them. They can be able to be part of this conversation by floating their questions and passing their comments. There's also free Wi-Fi, just in case you want to access free Wi-Fi. It's capital K, capital I, capital C at 2021 hash. But PSC, we are compliant. We're trying to make sure we keep up with the time. Thank you very much. Now, yesterday, for those who are there, I talked about somebody who said Kisumu has so much warmth and smile that she wishes Kisumu people would monetize that. The person who said that is Dr. Karu. She sees opportunities in everything in Kisumu. Even your smiles, even your dedication can be monetized. Ladies and gentlemen, I will give two opportunities for people to react to Dr. Karuku's presentation before we move to the next session. Governor, I beg your indulgence. I know you're spending for time, but please let's do this because it's quite interesting. I'll start from here, please. Microphone. As always, remember to mention your name. And as part of housekeeping, always make sure you mask up. We are living in weird times. Always make sure you mask up, except when you're eating. And please have your phones on silent. It's just practice. Please go on.
Thank you for this lovely opportunity, and thank you for the lovely hosting that we are enjoying here in Kisumu. Kimati here is my name. I represent Dr. Jackson, who gave opening remarks yesterday from the United Nations fraternity. And thank you so much, Dr. Caroline, for the lovely presentation you had. A few quick sort of questions and comments from that. And these are basically things that most investors would really want to get a clear sense of. First is you mentioned that there are a couple of penetrated counties, Kisumu being one of them. I think like TBS was mentioned as another. Not too sure what the other two may be. Maybe if you could just clarify that, it would be important.
I would advise you to go to Kisumu
as far as a couple of other comments are concerned, it's very thing that Kisumu now is credit trading. What's happening with my microphone? Yes. So Kisumu has this credit rating. Governor, my appeal from an investment standpoint is that we commit to frequent credit rating. Sometimes I see organizations or institutions have one credit rating, then the next time you see it or something similar happens 7 years down the road. And there just isn't the consistency of information for an investment standpoint. So it would be very important if you could keep that going. Just like Dr. mentioned, you could keep it going just like you do with the state of the county addresses. And then number 2 is more towards industry practitioners, the CMA and NSC and all these market participants. If you could again just keep these credit ratings going. We've had them before, actually, even as far as the instruments go. The bonds, for example, Nairobi had a municipal bond that was listed. Surely Kisumu, having been at least perhaps a much of a city, we should actually do have the bonds from this region. So it'll be really great to see how to put one together. And slightly unrelated, we actually had a privilege of having a development impact bond, which government has really assisted us in putting together, and that relates to adolescent sexual reproductive health. But that's a story for another day. We won't really get into it right now. But given all the presentations we had yesterday and even the presentations this morning, I have come in here expecting quite a bit of investment opportunities, concrete investment opportunities. Yes, they are there in different fields and sectors and so on and so forth, but I, to this point, still don't have a sense of, for example, if it's agriculture, these are the opportunities. So if it's PPPs, where are those, or what are those specific opportunities? Yes, the act is there, but which are the specific opportunities that now I would take back and go back to speak about that in Kisumu County there's a PPP for a particular market, a particular processing park, for example. At this point as you speak, I still don't have a sense of that.
Related to that, are you present?
Finally, this one is for the governor. Around Kisumu, if you could case of, for example, like Ethiopia, for example, Melo, they have a specific investment office. So all this, it's difficult to curate and put together all these opportunities. But if you have a specific office that does that, perhaps under the government, then it's so much easier to convey the information, so much easier to package this investment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kimati. I know there will be responses, but at this point in time, I just want to remind you that apart from the investment website where all these details are and the breakaway rooms, I think it's a challenge that should be taken by the CEC that let's try and crystallize these opportunities to save on time. But thank you very much for your comment. You will get responses. A final one, please.
Thank you, moderator. To Dr. Thank you for the nice presentation. You opened our eyes as investors on several opportunities, while some are also still remain locked up, and I want to ask you two related. In your presentation, you never talked about Kisumu County GDP, and you talked about population dividend. What is the rate that we should expect, including the OSR? How much is it, so that we are talking about figures? That's one question. The next one relates to the guarantor. Even if at all we opted for the bonds or borrowing, Kisumu County is not an exchequer on its own. So how are they going to unlock that? Because most of the investment money that's there, they always want a guarantor. Kisumu not being a commercially oriented organization, how and on what basis are they going to offer guarantees? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite insightful questions. Allow me to provide that we take another set of questions a bit later. But for now,
I will request Dr. Karu to just respond very clearly what the governor could add in a while ago. As she does that, I just want to invite you to a breakaway session that we'll be having in dealing group 3 on financial services and economic planning. And one of the issues that will be addressed is the issue of OSR, on source revenue. Thank you. Yes, please go ahead.
There are some questions that I will answer, others I think George is best placed to answer, and others Governor is best placed to answer. One, the one from Kimathi on credit rating, which are the other two counties, as Bungoma and Makweli. We don't want to share that with you because we will focus on Kisumu, but because I am generous this morning, I will give that to Bungoma and Makweli. Then to commit to frequent credit rating assessment, that is indeed part of the plan, and that is why in my presentation, I alluded to the fact that we have been able to regularize some of the things that GCR has cited, and therefore we are actually very eager for reclassification. If we can take us today, we will be happy because we know that we will be reclassified for even better and more stability. The issue of the CMA and NSC, I don't know if there's somebody from CMA here. Anybody from the Capital Markets Authority? I can see Jackson. Jackson, if you could just stand up. I know he's going to be in the panel. That's Jackson Kivinja. He's in charge of public affairs at the Nairobi State Association. So the interactions with the NSC are live, and I like the challenge with regards to Nairobi having issued a list on, and that is why my presentation has also been about why I think that now Kisumu is ripe for an infrastructure boom. Concrete investment opportunities is something that we have talked about often. When you talked about it, I just leave the word to ask Professor where we are with the investor handbook. An investor handbook is one that will be able to earmark, for instance, you make it very easy per sector. If I have 100 million shillings to put in, for instance, in the blue economy, where am I best placed to give returns? And the math is done, calculated for you. I know something is in the works, Professor will speak about it, but I know that it's also something that's in the works. An investment office, of course, I'll let Professor comment about that, but that's a brilliant idea. It also gives the liaison person on matters of investments. I think Governor will comment about that. About OSR, we have a session that I will be in on OSR. Like I said, GCR had said had asked us to raise it from 8.5% to 15%, and it's currently at 17%. So we will address this in the breakaway session, both that and the GDP. I don't know why I imagine that George had already made the presentation about the GDP of Kisumu County in comparison with other counties. If it hasn't been done, it will be done while we're here at the conference because I've seen it done before. The issue of the sovereign guarantee, like I said, it's an issue that is in the hands of our parliamentarians. All you can do is lobby your parliamentarian to be more useful in matters that help the investor. I thank you very much.
Very much, Dr. Karu. Governor, please.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank very much for a very I like because I'm used to power. So standing there like a president. So I want to start by very much for with the invitation made this morning. She's been making this presentation to the breakfast meetings we've been having with various sectors of investors. Every time she makes them, it becomes clearer and clearer to me. The only thing I didn't understand today, maybe she can explain later, is what this green shoe is. Why is it green? So maybe that you what is it for? One, yes, it's an investment office. It is in my office. We currently call it investment and resource mobilization office. It is only there's only one person there, what I call it's at the back of the resources.
is only one as a person. You understand? When things are beginning, they begin in a small way. I remember when we started the African Academy of Sciences in 1986. We started in the room at ECP, a guest room. My office was in the bedroom, my sister was in the living room, that guest room. Now it is an international organization, a big headquarters in Karen. So I believe that this investment office will grow. And it started growing. If we can put so many guests, I think it's going to grow to a bigger thing. Secondly, yes, I think Caroline has responded about the investor handbook. We had it at some of the breakfast meetings we had, but the more we met, the more suggestions were made as to how the investor handbook should look like, what it should contain. And in the process of improving on it, it became rather late to use it for this particular investment. We apologize for that, but that's the truth. It's good to be transparent. And that's it. I'll put it on the rest. And the website. And I think the discussions in this investment conference will help us shape it even better. So you will forward to that in the very near future. And the only other thing I want to say is that this is the second registration we have. The first one was last year. That was last year, and did the second one. And we intend to have them annually, because there's only having one now, and one will be had 15 years from today. People that work exactly when we bring it. Maybe for cosmetics, but we want to make it something that affects our resource mobilization and shapes our investment. And finally, in the dealing rooms, that is where ministers should offer investment opportunities in their ministries. That's where they're there. And these opportunities are supposed to be discussed and for people to comment. Well, the way you are describing that opportunity is not going to talk about people. Suggest the following. So we hope that at the end of this conference tomorrow, the opportunities that exist in the various ministries will be clear. There's one which is very clear, and the investment we are having in partnership with meditators and Kamaroba is here, George Breyer was here, Galen is here, so they are here. And if you go to the health sector after this, you are likely to come across that particular initiative where we're partnering with various universities of Kisumu and also the meditators to establish a pharmaceutical company university, which will also lead to the establishment of School of Pharmacy. Because we do believe that universities should follow the footsteps of Strabo, actually, not just to teach, but to make sure that research, teaching, and so on is somehow related to productivity in society, one area or the other. So we're ready to learn, and that's why we brought you here, so that we can just do not only some taking PPS zero machine with me to go and inaugurate the Kisumu Center for Business Incubation and Innovation. That's a related function today. That's something which is a product of what we've been doing in terms of investments and cooperation for that matter. And Jerome and I are going there to inaugurate it so that we can report back to you what we're doing in terms of business incubation and innovation. Thanks. So if you see us disappear, don't think we are abandoning it, we shall be back. But we go for an hour or two, and Jerome and I will be back. Thank you.
Mission for you because we have shared this honor that you will be leaving shortly. And I think the delegates are consent. So even as you speak out, we will be going on with the next session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite on stage for the next 20 minutes before we take our health break. The following: Mr. Jackson Kiminje, Head of Training and Public Education at the Nairobi Securities Exchange, representing Mr. Joe Olumo, the CEO, who was here with us yesterday. Mr. Richard Muteti, the National Chairman, Joint Family Sector, who is here as part of the Zamara Group. Mr. Muteti, a round of applause. Mr. Richard Gratia, the Chairman President and National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, but we have reportedly been informed that he is under the weather. He is supposed to be represented by Mr. Patrick Nangweso, the Chief Operating Officer, who should be on his way and should be joining us shortly. Last but not least, allow me to invite on stage Mr. Dr. George Okomo, the CECM Finance Kisumu County Government. So very quickly, gentlemen, I will start with you, George. Now the professor says you have had credit ratings for the second one this time. How has it impacted on a critical question that was asked on source revenue?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. First of all, before I answer that question, I'm going to answer another one that was raised in terms of our contribution to GDP as a country. I say that we generate about 194 billion shillings every year as a county, which places us in position 7.
At this point, because we have social distancing and testimony of in the interest of those who are watching the issue.
Yeah, so I was going to answer the question of the precise numbers about our GDP and our contribution to national GDP. That is called GCP, the gross country product. And we are at 194 billion shillings. That is position 7 nationally in terms of county's contribution to the national GDP. Now, to respond to your question on the experience we've had with 2020 and how it has helped us to improve our own revenues. It has drawn our attention to the weaknesses we have in terms of the institutional system we use for revenue. And we have learned from that credit rating exercise that you cannot collect revenue as a matter of day-to-day activities of the Department of Finance. And we have learned also from the national government that very early decided to set aside the responsibility for revenue collection to a semi-autonomous agency. And that is why now we are moving to relocate revenue collection from the mainstream Department of Finance to a semi-autonomous Kisumu Revenue Board. A group of people whose only business is to worry about what is our potential, what are we collecting, how can we meet the gap. Because we've also seen a couple of counties that are there, and there is evidence that if you create a specialized agency for revenue collection, well, results are much better.
How practical is engaging a private person in revenue collection in a setup like a county government, looking at the effectiveness of private entities?
Well, it depends on what level we want to engage a private person. Even when we say we are going to create a semi-autonomous revenue collection agency, there is still going to be a private person because the collection process is most of the time undertaken with the help of the system, So we want to be very careful in determining the role of the private person. The policies around revenue collection, the leadership, the mobilization of revenue is essentially a leadership issue, a competence issue for that matter. So there is definitely going to be people of the county playing at that level in the board that I mentioned. But then the private partners will be coming to give us the instruments of revenue collection, especially in terms of technology. Because revenue collection, to be efficient, has to be automated. You know that the county government is not, again, an IT agency. So the point is, you will almost all the time partner with a private agency, but you need to determine its responsibility very carefully.
Thank you very much. When I read that in the Bible for Christians, there is a request of the mustard seed. Anything big starts from something very small. Potential big time investors may put on
the periscope the performance of this dual learning sector to tell whether Kisumu has the potential or not. We just please bring us up to speed on how everything closely about Kisumu has impacted on the dual learning sector in the last 2 years.
Well, thank you very much. And before I go to that, I like to comment our last speaker, Terry, for a very elaborate presentation on country credit rating. I'm here as CEO of the Financial Corporation Organization. I'm very good with the article, but it's here I come here to foster opportunities for sustainable future. Because our team is also sustainable future. As you asked me, you're aware that the natural resources where the private sector falls under is the biggest single employer per year in this country. And indeed, even here in Kisumu, just from my outside mission with the several Kisumu artisans who have performed very well against 6 countries.
That is out of plan, ladies and
In terms of I'm aware that we have reached several programs here, and one of them was the fish leather products that initially the fish leather used to be wastage, but now it has been identified that the ladies can be occupied, and the fish leather can produce a very expensive watch straps, ladies handbags, and so on. So just to mention, why we are excited about the possibilities of the county getting a favorable credit rating and therefore being able to access credit or very, very accessible. And what is that, as you know, most of the time when counties and cities are planning, they help for the MSCs. MSCs come as an afterthought. That's why you see the local sector, at the end of the day, they are left to operate on the spreadsheets and the cemeteries. But an appropriate rating, of course, what we would expect when the Kisumu County is that it's accessible, huge grading, but of course, we will be beneficiaries of the infrastructure. And there was some memory of the infrastructure. We are still lacking a little of websites here to accommodate our access. We are lacking appropriate markets and markets for our small traders. And I'm going to thank the government for what is currently doing for the small traders. I'm aware there's a huge market that is just about to be open here. Very soon for the program. We are talking about affordable credits to the micro and small enterprises. Perhaps once they get that affordable credit, it can cascade down into accessing affordable credit to our micro and small entrepreneurs. As I told you earlier, that our entrepreneurs here, and especially from Kisumu, and I'm happy to inform you, we are accompanied by a few of them showcasing their products, and I invite you to visit their stores outside. What you are seeing there can be cascaded in a very huge manner. I'm happy to inform you that it is here in Kisumu that the president announced a duration of 30 days for the announcement of the completion of the learning policy. That again is going to benefit this county a lot because there is a lot of skills here that have not been measured. That we want to identify those skills, certify those skills, so that our people at the bottom of the pyramid can operate from a dignified manner. I don't want to talk too much. I have a lot to say. If you allow me, I'm sure there's a matter team will be talking later in terms of dignified, sustainable development for this country, for this county in particular. You cannot have a sustainable future for this county if the majority of people do not have a secure future. And the other group has brought a product to secure the future of the majority of the people in this country.
Thank you, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to interact with the Mara group. Yesterday, during one of our sessions, 3 issues stood out. And today, in our presentation, Dr. Karubu has mentioned them emphatically. 1, housing loans. 2, asset-backed security. And 3, something called REITs, Real Estate Investment Trusts.
Please tell us about this. Why do they keep regarding? Dr. Karuku was not here yesterday, but she reiterated exactly the same. Thank you very much. I want to first of all say that I appreciate for other reasons that and thank you very much for the passion that she received. I want to appreciate the appeal program I see the other questions which are history. First are created about debt instruments, which are classified as bonds. They want to first organize that you don't have to exactly do accounting watch. You can have what you call specific bonds that are linked with very specific initiatives. It's just like they say that all the bonds are the habits of all these discussions. Bonds are structured to address capital raising initiative for any point. For instance, you can come and see every infrastructure specifically going for structural growth. Or we have a specific purpose for to address the issue of what my friend is talking about, construction of your budgets. So the debt instruments are discharged to feed or to take the initiative looking at addressing one is structure a product that the investors will be happy through the time of provide. Today, you look at average in terms of fixed income instruments that every market, everything from 10 to 14, depending on the inflation, which is our number, and what's the how we see is the entity that is borrowing money. Any investment in one, and I see that from my experience, they look at all the things. How much can I be doing, what am I dealing with? How we see is the nature that you're engaging in my money. And that is the key base. So the debt is not accountable, or that's only work. It is things that you make to address specific issues, but we also and the emphasis that you're doing on the works, so they come to specifically address specific issues you need to in the accounting audits. One thing that I like those to be very careful about is to say that as you start on these products, you have bigger responsibility to ensure that your own investment savvy people first ensure that simply your appreciate what you do in terms of knowledge, in terms of awareness, in that they will be the first people to actually make 10 billion dollars for the hospital. They will be the first one to be it, because the benefits, the US. Somebody in the US example where Kisumu was placed another. So the markets can be structured to anything. Other government sees as the universal raise the time the general account. That's why the county government was the purpose. Because when you get the money, it is going to monitor this or the projects actually specific. On the issue about the real estate, what we encourage people to do is to get into good form of investment opportunities. If one resources so and give or take you want to attract a model that allows all your assets. And it is possible for them to have a structure that is able to house all the money. So they contribute money, just like doing life shares, as I say, that they bring 1 million percentage, 200 million, the money is put together, and then they develop that infrastructure, which is now the source of the money, the source of that. We have another mind for this, that will be sharing slide. So there is, I will answer that the different investors contribute money and they share their contribute of that investment. There might be the other cards or the problem of real estate, which can actually be a specific purpose here, like what I've seen there, you proposing for the Kisumu collection. So you can look at here that maybe the outcomes that say we are trying investors, which we are ready to put up a hospital, and we require this number of resources to contract. So the county becomes part of the strategy because of contributing their capital account of the ranch. Then the private investors will come and put in their money for the construction of that hospital. Then that is now called a development rate. Then after they finish the construction of the hospital, then it is understood that they will recover their money from the resources that will be generated using that hospital. So it becomes more of I have the money, or maybe another asset of production, and we are able to get the next level of developing this infrastructure. This can be done for counties, this can be done for private ventures, like even private companies to work with. So it is more of what we want to do. And it's something that I like most. And I always never do that become a permanent asset now in the capital market because it has so many dynamics. Capital market is not a great brand because it is supposed to provide capital. That's the essence of having a capital market. Then in terms of what you talked about asset-backed securities, asset-backed securities still work under the same format, whereby there is the proposal of the investment. So you generate money through a public participation, like correct funds from public, and then that one is put into specific infrastructure. About asset-backed security is that money is invested. What is invested? Just make it a bit clear that if you say we are raising 1 billion to construct Joanna shed, the only thing that you can do that money is the construction of those Joanna sheds. Number 2 is the money is not going to be 100% managed by the issuance entity. For instance, if the Kisumu County, you become part of an investment participant in the venture, but not the owner of the venture. So that the money is going to be managed and supervised by independent entities until that venture that they have proposed is complete and is serving the purpose.
In short, it has tighter policies.
Yeah, and it is more specific and measurable in terms of the impact of what it's supposed to achieve.
Thank you very much, Rona. I want to give a chance to the delegates to pose questions to you. The microphone will be going around. But as we prepare to do that, George, just one thing. Is Kisumu County, in view of all this, and my brother Ikera asked a very good question about this glaring opportunities. In view of the many opportunities Kisumu County is flashing out to potential investors, are you considering acquiring any bonds to implement strategic opportunities, or you just have wait for investors?
We definitely are considering that. That's why we're here to learn about how to do it. But most importantly is to prepare ourselves, because you don't just wake up one morning and say that you know the owner. It will take a lot of preparations, especially in addressing the issues that have come out of the credit rating exercise. Because before your bond is loaded, you have to look at the kind of organization you are. And this credit rating report covers that quite a bit in terms of the performance of the systems of the institution. We had issues here being raised about our HR costs. So there are many things that we have to deal with to prepare ourselves and to be in a good place to raise the bond. So they are, in short, they are qualifications. And what we're doing now is working towards attaining those qualifications, particularly following up on the credit rating.
Thank you very much. And talking about HR costs, you do not want to miss one of the sessions tomorrow here, where the governor and George, the CCM in charge of finance, will talk about the issue of wages and profitability, among other issues. It will definitely be quite interesting. But for now, from the plenary, just before I take it, there's a comment here, and thank you very much.
I know I'm glad to know these colleagues in Nyeri. The two questions. One is on the extent to which our counties are in the state of evolution, independent enough for their credit rating to be separated from the national government.
how independent can we make that separation? Secondly, yesterday, today, and now, there's been a lot of mention of PPPs that I love. But the big problem we have in the whole region is that when we talk of PPPs, we think of the transaction. But PPP, looking at the region, is a relationship. A relationship that has been developed between the public and the private sector. I've not heard enough about the kind of relationship that exists in the public sector in Kisumu or in Kenya or the private sector. Why do I say that? And I'm glad you are on board. One is that there has to be a proper dialogue platform where public and private can meet regularly, exchange ideas, and formulate policies together. Two, there has to be very, very clear policies that underline that relationship. Only then can you start talking about the consummation investments. What exists in Kisumu, what exists in Nyeri or anywhere else in terms of this dialogue platform. Finally, it is my observation, and I stand corrected, that at the moment, on the public sector side, our officers are more used to dealing with donors and not with investors. And donors, you go there with a begging ball and say how poor you are so that they sympathize. Investors, they don't want a beggar. They want a partner. You go there with an asset and say, this is what I have, and this is what I want you to bring on board, and you prepare to negotiate, not to be taken to a conference or a meeting somewhere else. They don't want to pay for your going to Mombasa for a meeting. This is an investor. Are we ready with that kind of, shall I say, human resource that does not go in as a beggar looking at a donor who is going to be doing that, but you go there with the strength of what you really have. Across the continent, unfortunately at the moment, we still confuse a donor relationship with an investor position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. You arose in my mind. I really like that Dr. Karubu makes, and allow me to keep referring to you about the genesis of this PPP animal, the issue of a breed and a baby, and I'm sure she'll mention that when she responds to you. But I want to invite you, George, on the issue of do we have the personnel at the county level to appreciate the difference between donor and investment and how to relate with them. The truth of the matter is that is the Achilles heel of virtually every sector, public sector and private sector in this country. For members of parliament to pass a bill that favors a cigarette manufacturing company, they have to be taken to Malindi and smear themselves with the sea salt. George.
Thank you very much, moderator. You see, the problem is not just the, and I agree with you, because what I think that there's a problem there. It's not just a problem of the human resources at the county level. It's a problem of attitude generally in how development is financed, not just at the county, but in this country as a whole. Because if you look at the classifications that we get from the National Treasury, in terms of how development is financed in counties, there are three categories of finance. You're told you are either getting your equity share from the National Treasury, or you are mobilizing your own source revenue, or conditional grants. There is no thought to a classification that talks about partnerships or investments or something. So it is, in the first place, a framing issue. So even if you got some of the best human resources, the context in which you are is framed in that sense, which means that the sort of change that you're looking for is from very high up in terms of how we think about financing development nationally and within the counties, and move away from just saying equitable share, also revenue, or or conditional grant. So I also agree with you that there is a huge problem in counties, not just in terms of the relationship with partners, but in many ways, you know, in many technical senses, areas of competencies that one can talk about, in terms of skills that are required to achieve the functions that are put aside for counties in Schedule 4 of the Constitution. Different counties have had different levels of success in solving that problem. Counties like say Kisumu, where we are, which again, Ministry of Provincial Headquarters, very workers for the former provincial headquarters, finding a new way to deal with that nature problem because you already have a huge number of employees. And then you're supposed to employ on top of that, more specialists in social in 4 countries. That's how you end up with the operation. And for 60% of the expenditure being contributed. So,
despite the law being very clear,
another question is about the extent to which counties are actually going to utilize the accreditation in the context of their relationship with the national government. Yes, even with the new guidelines for borrowing by counties that were released by IPEC recently, there is still a lot of restriction on borrowing by counties. Conditions imposed in terms of approvals and clearances by the national treasury. For reasons that one can understand, because all debt ultimately is sovereign debt. When the rubber meets the road, it is not going to be consumer county debt, we have a national debt. That's the argument that has been advanced all the time. So, the short answer to the question is counties are not entirely free to utilize the credit rating or any other thing you want to do to borrow. The only thing what we want is to make it easier, you know. For example, the approvals of the treasury is now with the new guideline, there's a criteria that you have to meet. So you know that you have already met the objective criteria for approval of the treasury. Compared to the past where it was simply blanket, the treasury approved or does not approve. I think we see more or less the same improvements in borrowing as we are seeing in PPPs. Things are getting much better. The regulatory policy frameworks are improving and making it a little more easier than it was in the past. All the restrictions remain sometimes for fair reasons.
PPP are about relationships. It's about dialogue, creation. You talk as a public, your representation before you engage a private investor. How possible is that in the environment within which we operate?
I want to start from the actual standard of pollution terms of capacity. And that's something that we really emphasize on because the speed at which you're going to have the issues approved or solved is determined by the kind of reputation and the kind of knowledge that you're going for. If you are one of our key developers, especially provide expertise to ensure that you work with every issue. To understand what they're doing or what they're doing. And I believe we get it from the county, especially when we get the issue of the government. In terms of also the investors, because as I say, if they don't have commercial operation, in our lives, I can tell you that when you bring an issue, you are what you call the investor conferences, we have a specific roadshow that we do talk about roadshow. We always think that you have a big track with loud music, but the roadshow are very specific. We actually to educate or to sell the software about the issue investors that you look at. And number 3 is that irrespective of how much we want to be that we are experts. There is a process that we need to get a PhD. Get all the approvals. It's also good for your legal team to start visualizing where it starts in terms of the very documentation that are supposed to use because this. In terms of PPPs as a message, I think the essence is not necessarily going with a dead goal as people might want to think about. The biggest interest that you have as a county is to create partners who financial services. That they was and also constructed in Kisumu, they will capacity that you can call movements and platforms. The short part of me that is waiting for the book, which has around that. And that can only be done with the past space. And I always invited to the relationship between Anna and Sarah, that if you allow yourself to start writing your book, you must notice that first of all is always that. Not imagine that that becomes your secondary problem. So even as scientists, we need to have one as scientists that's what we have. So that is a personal test. Whether the space we have been given for operating is actually sufficient. As you see right now, there is no one that has gone to the edge of the cliff to see whether they are done to the border of the issue or not. So even the regulation that you have might still be sufficient now. 2%. You try to use there. If you can get a task, for example, get it, then you can tell us what's going to be. That would be my short class. So there's a general fear for the animal. Yeah, I mean, it's when we pick our past big everybody was waiting for the system crash. I think it was a high of it. And the funny enough is that the people that you are seeing only you have the point that you are in the system. Today, 20 years later, you are into the system in this year. And it's also, let's also know as also with the state lab. What will it don't and read the ability that we have of every digital performance. Look at the traffic of services you have built by your dashboard. If you can't have the show us like the robot shows us, then we shall have an issue. So let's try it, let's do it until we see it is possible for us to do this because of 1, 2, 3, 4 in the need to be next.
Mr. Jackson Kiminye and Mr. Richard Mutete and Mr. Jojo. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Around the world. This conversation will be going on in the meeting rooms immediately after the health break, and this is the point where I just wish to let you know that after this, all delegates will be proceeding to my left. There is a tea station, and the health break station also there. All the VVIP, the governors, especially invited delegates, kindly proceed to my right where we were yesterday. You will have your health break facilities and the tea station there. When we come back, it is now 11:27. We resume at exactly 11:47. That's 20 minutes. Yes, DJ, I will give you an opportunity just a short while. When we resume, we will go the full board and break at 12:47 for our lunch break and resume at exactly 2 o'clock because we have an equally packed schedule in the afternoon. Just for your information, health systems will be using meeting room 1, which is where we are here, in a session that will be moderated by Vincent Olulo and Atieno Otieno. Solid waste management will be congregating in meeting room 2. Remember where it is, just after the auditorium on your right, in a session that will be moderated by Dr. Michael Oloko. Meeting room 3 was out here. We'll be having the financial services, economic planning, and land administration in a session that will be moderated by Joseph Bonyo. And finally, meeting 4 at the extreme end, we will have water and sanitation services in a session that will be moderated by Anthony Abuko. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your tea. Just a minute, the DG has a message to us. Gentlemen, you can take a leave. Thank you very much. Everyone, beside that mic, please. Very quickly for the DG to make a comment. Oh, and the tourism and sports department will be having their section in a villa just behind the auditorium. Please note, the tourism and sports department will be having their session in a villa just behind the auditorium.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'll check this opportunity to first of all welcome my colleague from Mary and Anyang. But also to thank you for the very wonderful presentation that you did earlier this morning. The observation about Kisumu in terms of medical development was actually captured by the governor in this manifesto. And this meeting or conference is one among the so many we have in our pursuit of transforming the lakefront so that it can be part of the modern cities, if you know what you're talking about. I know examples have been given about Cairo, examples have been about Cape Town, and Kisumu is basically in there. And the lakefront development operation, this is of course vehicle through that investment will be achieved. But we've had at least 3 speakers this morning in the plenary. Not very sure about the investment opportunities that we present or that we are presenting as a county or as a city. But I want to reiterate that the dealing rooms really are the places where the bankable projects will be pitching for bankable projects, and we are hoping that from those dealing rooms we are able to convince some investors, some of them, to invest in those particular areas. I want to encourage each and every participant to kindly, attend the breakout session that we have in the dealing rooms as have been communicated by Charles, and hopefully we are able to hit some deals right there. Your presentation, just as the one exam, makes Kisumu ready every other day. Our path time as well will become clear, and very soon we are sure that our bond will be out there. Thank you very much, and the conference session will be fruitful.
Thank you, Excellency DG. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me, as you wait for tea and the break, to just give you a snippet of what's in the offering. I've just had outlining the role, say that already 2 deals, major deals, have been signed between yesterday and today. One that is going to heavily of the citizens of this county through the staff at the county, and 2 that is going to open up room for negotiation on how best to move forward in revenue generation for this county. 2 more days, we expect much more. Enjoy.
Do you have a specific need to live stream this? Do you know?
Okay, all the best. Sure.
Yeah, that's right.
Yako zizime, hata hiyo bakiona.
Hello, how are you? Nice to see you. Yes. Too good. Karibu. Yeah. How are you?
You should, you should. Oh, that's different.
Of ensuring that Christians have access to safe, quality, and affordable healthcare. Hence, the backing of Maro Kisumu Solidarity Health Cover. As a center expands its service delivery scale and scope to support UHC, it is confronted with the increasing need for investment in community health and infrastructure. The private sector is presented with many opportunities from which it can easily fill the identified gaps, while still pursuing its objectives either through traditional private models or alternative models such as public-private partnership models or collaborations. These are just a few examples. Many more are untapped opportunities, including leasing of medical equipment from and to the county, setting up of super specialty services centers of excellence in the county and within the county facilities, including organ transplant, cardiology, plastic and cosmetic surgery, neuroscience, orthopedic surgical services, life sciences, wellness centers, long-term environmental health and climate change interventions, occupational and community health, medical waste management, considering that there is only one incinerator at GTRH in the entire Eastern County. There are opportunities in solar energy, which will go a long way in cutting down the huge electricity bills that public hospitals currently grapple with.
As well as conditions for future production done to the SLB.
Hello. We're ready for the health food session. Please, if you're joining us for this session, please come to the hall where we start. Panelists, please take your seats. Karibuni, please welcome to the hall, the main hall. We request that you only find the seats at the front. If you're all there and you want to join us for the house, welcome to the hall. This round starts. 11:55. We'll give you 5 minutes to settle down. First of all, please take the seats. Just we'll start in about 3 minutes. This is day 1, and the session you're about to start in the health systems. The first will be on leveraging private investment in the health sector for sustainable development in Kisumu. And the second will be on re-engineering health commodities and technologies management. So we have this two back to back. For 5 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Anyang, and together with Ms. Millicent, we guide you through this session on health systems. And allow me to please welcome first our Chief Officer for Health, Dr. Nanda, to give an overview, to give us a landscape of the health ministries.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Dr. Gregory Ganda, the Chief Officer of Health. I'll take around 2 minutes in the interest of time just to give our investors the landscape of Kisumu. And of course, the region, but I'll focus on Kisumu. That our discussion will be more meaningful. Next slide, please. So that is our vision. A dynamic, excellent, and globally competitive county health services that contributes to a healthy and productive population. And the number, because it moves into our mission and everything that we'll be talking about, to transform the livelihood of people in Kisumu County through a responsive and sustainable, technologically driven, evidence-based, and client-centered health system for accelerated attainment of the highest standards. It's our good all the technologically driven, evidence-based, client-centered, accelerated attainment. Next slide. So this is the population of Kisumu, 1.2 million persons in the 322,000 households and 102 facilities and 274 community. Right? Next slide, please. So we have 115 government facilities and 27 private facilities in Kisumu, and private or profit are 50. Next slide. I'll rush through the slides in the interest of time. And this is our approved county budget, and that's presenting this. Is that over the last 3 years, our budget has been going up to the health department, meaning that the health department should see better impact. We were 2.1 billion in 2018-2019. This went up to 2.8 billion, and then 4 billion in the current financial year. It means it has gone up by almost 40% over the last 3 years. Next slide. That shows the human resource. The human resource has been the biggest contributor to this increase, from 1.9 billion all the way to 2.9 billion. Next slide. That is the impact. I didn't show you how the development budget is going up also, from around 160 to 280 billion. But the impact of this is the more you invest, other things start to suffer. So you see that the commodities, even though our cost of commodities, projected cost should be around 180 billion, we were only able to give 99 million 3 years ago. And now we are getting only 64 million, which means this is a decline. And that tells you that the public cannot invest enough into the health system for us to have outcomes. We need to look externally to be able to bridge the gaps so that we have shared visions with the private sector and we are able to move forward. Next slide. I'm going to rush through this. Let's go ahead. Next slide, please. Next. Next. You have to go almost to the end. I'll tell you how to stop. 2 slides behind. So one of the things that Kisumu has done is the digitalization of the community health system, which gives us a perfect opportunity. This is the only time we're able to know what every village has, what every person suffers from, everything about what everyone is eating in the village. We are at 20% and we hope to reach 100% by the end of the financial year. Next slide. This shows you how our community health systems are working. Initially, we could not treat diarrhea in the villages, and now the number of diarrhea cases being treated in the villages is going up almost up to 2,000 a month. Next slide. Social health insurance. This blue shows you where we were 2 years ago, before we introduced our Marwa social health insurance scheme. Marwa is almost covering 40% of the households in Kisumu right now, which means we double the number of people who are able to access insurance in Kisumu. Next slide. And that shows you the impact of this. Quarter 1, 2020-2021, we were only able to claim 12 million shillings for insurance. The same quarter this year, we were able to claim 49 million, which is almost a 4-fold increase in claims from NHI. Next slide. So what framework do we have in place to be able to assist us to move to the next form? One, we have a social health insurance fund, which was enacted and published. We have a facility improvement fund act, which has been signed by the expense government. We have the community health services bill, and we have the national sanitation bill, which is currently being discussed. Final slide. These are our challenges. We have resource constraints, as I've already talked about. There are emerging diseases, COVID-19. Diminishing donor finance, we're told in the next 5 years we should take over our HIV care. So the money is getting less from the donors, meaning the county has to invest more into HIV services. There's increased need to reduce inefficiencies. Inefficiencies make things expensive. Traveling vehicles, transporting vaccines, and those kind of things. And initial capital to break even. When you have innovations like what Kisumu is doing, they cost a lot of money. But the long run is that you reduce inefficiency and reduce the cost of care. I'm going to leave you with a 2-minute video before I hand over to my colleague. You could start the video.
The hometown of the national UAC idol
that allows Kisumu County to set up an alternative way of ensuring that its populace have access to safe, quality, and affordable healthcare. Hence, the drafting of Mano Kisumu's Solidarity Health Cover. As the sector expands its service delivery scale and scope to support youth in need, it is confronted with the increasing need for investment in community health and infrastructure. The private sector is presented with many opportunities from which it can easily fill the identified gaps while still pursuing its objectives either through traditional pure private models or alternative models such as public-private partnership forms or collaborations. These are just that few examples. Many more are untapped opportunities, including leasing of medical equipment from and to the county, setting up of super specialty services and centers of excellence in the county and within the county facilities, including organ transplant, cardiology, plastic and cosmetic surgery, neuroscience, orthopedic surgical services, biosciences, wellness centers, and medicine, long-term care centers, environmental health and climate change interventions for occupational and community health, medical waste management, considering that there is only one incinerator at UTRH in the entire Kisumu County. There are opportunities in solar energy, which will go a long way in cutting down the huge electricity bills that public hospitals currently grapple with.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Millicent Olulo. I'm the co-moderator, and thank you for joining us during this session. The title of the session is Leveraging Private Sector Investments in Health Sector for Sustainable Development. And just to ask us to start us off, why this topic? One of the key things is that out of the over 200 target areas for the Sustainable Development Goals, it is essential to have the private sector. It cannot be done without the private sector inputs in 169 of this, from the 17 SDGs. What does that tell us? That nothing is impossible when it is inevitable. The collaboration with the private sector is inevitable. And I'd like to start us off by just sharing with us how the session will be. Thank you very much, our CC, for presenting ably. Facts and figures speak for themselves. So just to follow, we'll have a keynote address. Then after the keynote address, we're going to have a panel session. After the panel, we'll be able to have a plenary where we want to have a conversation with you so that we can be able to engage further on this topic. Then we'll be able to close the session after the panel. We'll keep it very short and simple. And that's good to mention that we've lined up a number of able panelists that I want to just share with you briefly on their bios. So with us, we have Dr. Wasuna, because it's coming after. Dr. Wasuna is the country director of the Pharmacists Foundation. Dr. Wasuna, he is seasoned leader of international health projects with management oversight, technical assistant, donor government funded projects in Africa. He's passionate about health financing and policy design, human resource, and HR leadership and management, as well as governance. So, karibu sana Dr. Wasuna. There's Dr. Wasuna. He will join us just in a minute. Then next we have Dr. Anastasia Nyong'o. Dr. Anastasia Nyong'o is the CEO of Kenya Healthcare Federation. That is the umbrella body under KEPSA that represents the private sector in health. So she leads policy, advocacy agenda, PPD, and public-private partnership. And she is a lead director at Integral Health Limited with a solid background of business leadership and Southeast Asia. Karibu sana. We have our able CDC and Chief Officer of Dr. Nanda, who has just presented. Dr. Nanda is the Chief Officer of Health at Kisumu, also traveling up as the CDC Health at the moment. And he's an oncologist by training, with vast experience in health leadership management, having been a director of health and medicine in many facilities and board member in a number of private hospitals. Thank you for joining us. We also have Gordon Odundo. Gordon Odundo is the former CEO of Nairobi Hospital, experience in health sector. We have spanned over 20 years of experience, and also in hospitality industry. Gordon is presently a management consultant and executive coach, working with both corporate organizations and individuals in the region. That's the lineup. We are really looking forward to a brief but very exciting session. Karibu sana Dr. Suna for the keynote. Thank you. We are also keen on adhering to COVID protocols. By virtue of all of us having masks, we understand the dynamics.
Good afternoon. Now, when we talk about health financing, we normally look at three areas. The first one is on resource mobilization, the way the resources are pulled, and the way we buy our services. And if we look at Kenya as a nation, having obtained the lower and middle income status in 2014, we have seen a change in the fiscal space, especially for health. And what we are actually witnessing is there is a shift from aid to trade, and in fact, donor financing is actually an increase, especially for the particular programs. And this really brings high potential for the private sector to be able to bridge that gap. And this calls for innovative financing schemes. And therefore the question would be, what is innovative? And one example is a non-traditional application of overseas development assistance. It's a joint public and private mechanism. And the funding flows either be raised to have resources or deliver on formal solutions. And there are several innovative financing schemes that will go through point by point. I'm not going to have a lot of time to go through them. And the first one is what we term as results-based financing. And this is where we do have performance-based financing, development, impact-based financing, and occasionally we also have a debt swap. We also have catalytic financing or funding, and this is why we have pooled investment funds for financing and credit guarantees, which will come in various forms. One is through credits and advance, which will be pegged on insurance claims. We also have mobile and digital lending, and we also have micro credit financing, which which actually be coupled with technical support. Of course, there are also issues of reforming funds, which has been tested in many places. The other category of financing that we need to look at is also the impact investing. We also have socially responsible investing, which is very, very important. And for the government, we have new taxation channels, which could look at domestic level taxes and also earmark taxes in the form of, for example, sale tax. You have that on tobacco or beer, items that really have advanced effects on health. So as a result of this, we have increased participation of the private sector, both former PPP and also the non-traditional PPP arrangements. We have had, for example, through the National Treasury, Kenyatta 200-bed hospital, 250-bed hospital in Nyong'o, 200-bed in Kisumu County, and the famous MES, which is the medical equipment line, where we do have the equipment list to the government. And organizations like individuals who have financing arrangements for community volunteers support, access of financial fund arrangements. There's so many models that we have. Now the challenge here is most of it is infrastructural based, and the biggest gap we have at the government is on the clinical aspect. So when we look at the financing for the private sector, we need to look at it both from a service delivery point of view and also in terms of direct finance. So in our discussion, which is coming up, some of the issues that we really need to look into. One is awareness among counties, and in this case, Kisumu County, in terms of initiating a health PPP. And this will actually be guided by several legislative frameworks. One being the 2015 Public Procurement and Disposal Act. We also have the 2013 Act, and we have the Public Financial Management Act of 2012, and we also have the County Government Act of 2012. So we do have many arrangements. But one of the issues is for the county itself, awareness in terms of initiating and engagement. I think that's really one thing. Now, two, we have a structured private sector engagement forum where the private sector can actually engage the counties to bear the planning, service delivery, and investment. Another area is look at the area of corruption. Now, corruption has actually solved potential PPP. And this is where more often the politics will actually override economic rationale. And that's something which is important to look into. And then the fragmentation in private sector healthcare markets, which more often will lead to harmful competitive practices. That's something that we need to look into. The high cost of capital, especially for the private sector, that would be interested in manufacturing. The stringent requirements, for example, by WHO in terms of manufacturing, the politics that come with it, and how do we actually leverage on private sector efficiency strengths, innovation, and technical capacity? How do we harness private sector resources and channel this toward equitable financing of public projects, and also to guide contracting authorities? I think those are very, very important. And what will be important in this engagement is the private sector, both national and government. So, one is the issue about co-creation or co-designing the projects, reducing the cost of entry for the private sector,
enhancing transparency, and considering more possible design and cascade of the various financing efforts. Going to, for example, management contracts. We already had issues in terms of managing public office. One question that was very posed. Why can't we have the public office also run by the private sector? In parking, we generate a lot of money in the parking. And it's under the private sector. So is it something, is it a model that can actually go into? And I know there are many others that really talk about. Why can't we have, for example, the private, the airways, for example, being delivered in private? What is it in the public sector? And I know this is very often many. And I would like to stop the line and look forward to much more rapid discussion in how we mobilize our resources, we pool our resources, and then how we buy ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We truly appreciate that really brings us to a bridge of our conversation. You have just reminded me of the question from the previous session that Prof was asking, and I knew it to complete this. And what is exciting is that it's ongoing. Maybe just closer home, Dr. Nana, the big question perhaps we pose is why can we not have some of the private public hospitals being run by the private sector? Just before we progress. And if there's an opportunity to have the private sector here, I believe some of us will be able to grab that opportunity. I can see Dr. Nalita shaking her head, yes.
Yes. Because something that we tried presenting the joy of the PPP Act was very construed. It's like a snake. You never get to the end of it. I think that has now been reduced to 4 simple steps. The PPP, the private sector can actually run private public hospital. One of the ones we want to pilot is Victoria Hospital, which we actually went through the whole process. Every time we look at it, the public is taking up to start fresh. But I think it's something that we just have to probably first and see how
Fantastic. But the investment opportunities are actually there in Kisumu. That's really exciting. And that's the answer to the question that I wanted to ask you. In terms of what are the investment areas that you have mapped as Kisumu? And even as you have mapped this, what are actually the incentives? Nalita will ask you, what is the need for me as a private sector?
Thank you very much for that question. I think the video showed a lot of what we're trying to do. The health sector is wide. We have opportunities in the digital space, we have opportunities in the manufacturing, we have opportunities in research, we talk about coming sessions. But for this session, I want to classify the opportunities in primary healthcare, the secondary healthcare, and the tertiary healthcare. Primary healthcare, there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of opportunities to work with communities to be able to deliver health. Once you have a database and information as your baseline, then you can be able to target the opportunity you can do this. There's opportunity for which my colleagues will talk about for distribution of drugs. It's like drones, so that you reduce the cost of care. There's opportunity to set up facilities like the number of facilities, the concept of development, we can also find that so you can modernize faster. Every year you have at the same time, the nature budget is too high. One budget, everyone wants us to pay more. So then they tell you 30% development, reduce your wages. So that means that you have a lot of assets which should be Royal facilities that which is a nice 18 beds in sport, right? And yet sometimes you have to tell people out of this one, so they have to go to a private hospital. Where can we lease out? So there's a lot of opportunities that we will not be able to outline with the same, right? What the county government is going to do is that to your partner But when they is we will try to go to the habits of the legal habits, and the legal officer or legal department to be able to assist you with such kind of things. And I think the rest will talk as we go by.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is very promising.
I'll then your opportunities that are there. And in your opinion, what are the private sector investment opportunities, especially available in
Kisumu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me and this session. And for that question, so first I want to start by just mentioning who can check this, so that at least we as we spoke about the opportunities, then you know, it's very clear for the colleagues in here to just understand. So we have the Federation of Citizens is the health sector board of Kepsa, which is aspect for the private sector in Kenya. They have sector board, which basically mirrors the government ministry, so ease of dialogue and engage the various ministries. So they have tourism in country, which is Security Council, and the Health and Healthcare Federation. We registered as a company limited by grantee, so we have a board and so on and so forth. And we also have technical working committees that mirror the WHO source of health. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the health education quality standards. We also have human resources, health, supply chain, digital health, healthcare financing, public-private partnerships. So from Kenya Healthcare, from a private sector, we have a platform that provides the opportunity for the public as well as the private and government partners to actually engage the private sector. So that platform is very important for us to really, for you to be able to plug in, to be able to connect with, several actors in house. And the several actors in house, we bundle them into professional associations, so all the professional associations in house. KMA, PSK, pharmacists, medics, nurses, clinical officers, HSBC, members in their capacity under the associations. There's no individual membership. Then we have institutional associations, the trade associations, the local manufacturers, your importers, other manufacturers, the medical insurance providers, the hospital associations, and Rupa is very strong in the counties. So they are very strong members of the Healthcare Federation, and also so on and so forth. So, and then we have another context, your NGOs and social. So basically, we cut across all the health subsectors of health, and that is who we are as the Healthcare Federation. In terms of the opportunities for investment, in the counties and so I think one of the biggest challenges, as has been mentioned by Dr. Osuna, is the fragmentation in private sector across all the subsectors, whether it is service provision, supply chain, medical insurance provision, the diagnostics. And that's one of the ones also, come together and find a way of pulling so that we can better engage with the government. And also, we can also come up with wonderful opportunities. And they're there. I was thinking about something that was seen at the Health Federation. One big thing I see for especially is your medical tourism. Your location is strategic. You have countries around you, potentially you have the kind of programs, houses. So you bring them here, but you also have an opportunity for them to tourism to thrive. So that's one of the opportunities, and also I know from Kenya Healthcare Federation also looking at that. And one of the things that will roll out nationwide to see how can we pull all the centers of excellence across the country as champions of advocacy. to be able so that you can speak to each other, because we're not an expert in everything. You have the strength of the private sector, the strength of the other counties that will have other expertise. The private sector will have, you know, the other specialties that we don't have. The specialists will also be the standalone, those can be utilized in any of the how do you do that using technology. Those are opportunities in technology as well. And for me, it's pulling together, you know, it's pulling not only procurement, but full services, full, you know, everything together. So you need a specialist. By the time someone thinks of going to India, but they just said all the expertise that's available in the country, including Kisumu, including the county level. And I know, I mean, like, for example, I go back to the first world of something with the counties, specialization, in some counties. Land is one of them. And, you know, you have a pediatric specialist sitting in the hospital and actually able to provide service, like you know, a patient in Islam or any other countries. Those are the kind of operations that are going, you know, those are going to be very transformational. So for me, it is, but the other opportunity we have is that under the PPP Act, what the Ministry of Health did in collaboration with the private sector, the catch-up work, everything involved, it was financed by, I think, the World Bank and the UN. So we developed the public-private collaborations for health to help operationalize the PPP Act in services. And what we are currently doing now, and I'm one of the trainers, is to actually sensitize both not only the public sector but also the private sector on what PPPs are, because that's another capacity building. And I think the other opportunity we have now is to construct that, to scale up that. So even as you have the opportunity, you have the same level of understanding between the actors of what constitutes a PPC, and what, like the one mentioned in Kenyatta, was shut down because people didn't understand what was happening. Yeah, but when you have a common understanding, then, you know, the opportunities become even better, the population is much more able, and I think it becomes transformational. So let me start by actually, yes, thank you very much. So we are leverage, and work together. Now, one of the things which is very clear, Dr. Golo, is that the health sector is really expanding. And it's expanding in scale and scope to an extent that there is actually need for more investment in infrastructure, also in specialist care, as Dr. Elita is already alluding. And I'm just thinking from your experience, what do you think Kisumu should do to be able to attract the right investments?
Good afternoon. I just want to start by thanking Kisumu County for bringing us here and discuss this proposal. And those of you who are new to Kisumu, I must say it's really a wonderful place. And I'm also saying that in light of the question raised to me, what can Kisumu County do to attract investment, private investment in healthcare? And not only private investment in healthcare, because there's a lot of that in primary care. What about tertiary care, more subspecialty training? And yesterday when I was coming, I was mentioning to a colleague how I used to miss the old airport. And those of you who are familiar with the old airport, was that you could board your flight 10 minutes before. And it was a horrendous sight because the specialists, and Professor Kalman knows his colleagues, would literally be seeing patients and actually drop the car off on the apron and run straight into the flights because they would come during the day and do the operations. And to me, it became very obvious, and I still think it's the same. I drove many years ago 100 kilometers, my rural place is not here, 100 kilometers to bring my son who had an asthma attack, God rest his soul, to the only pediatric pulmonologist at the Khan hospital. I don't think that has changed. It's very interesting sometimes when we want to go into healthcare and subspecialty care, we think of flashy building, flashy infrastructure, and that is what's going to give us health. We don't look at the whole thing. To make Kisumu
attractive, we have to borrow through from other cities in the world, which are healthcare destinations. All you need to do is get on the plane. I want to specialty treatment. I go to Hyderabad or Ahmedabad, and everything will be sorted out. I've been to Hyderabad, and Tanzania has problems this, and they go and open LPO. Please investigate like a car. Investigate and repair. And this guy had gallstones removed. And then he said he was 65, a retired civil servant. And he said, I have a model which I've never liked. Since my LPO is open, can you remove it? Now, why should you take a plane all the way to Dar es Salaam to have gallstones removed? And you could do it here in Kisumu. The reason you can't is we have not made this a destination. And to make it a destination, they're not going to just build buildings. The money is there. The IFC, the World Bank, banks will give you money to be able to do that. But you will have a situation where a dog just challenge you. You're building an ICU without thinking of who's going to work in. The first thing you need to be able to do before you build the ICU is take your specialist for training. 2 years before you build it. Absolutely. Not after you build it and say who will work, then you refer people. It takes a long time to train those people. So you start already with the vision, you see this thing is going to come, and we want to train nurses, train doctors, but will they stay? How do you do stay? Kisumu, in my view, is a transit city. It is a dormitory city. And I have checked that, you know, everybody backs over here, they come to work, they come to live with their families here. You know that. Well, we don't have schools, we don't have the health system, we don't have other things to enable people to come and live. So you want infrastructure, you've got to look at it. What is the destination going to look like? How are we going to attract all the young specialists to work? But I have an answer to that. You have to teach it in God hospital. You have Maseno University. I think you have 3 universities here. 4. So to answer that question, as you invite investors, you have to learn how to tell stories, isn't it? And the story you need to be able to tell is that we've already started training doctors. All the 4 training doctors, are they training nurses? So the challenge should be, are you training for other countries? Are you training for other countries? You need to train them to be able to work in Kisumu. So the story you tell the investors is that we are going to be having so many doctors graduating, but not enough. Are you also trained to be there to be specialists within here? Yeah. So how many specialists? That's the story to tell. We have so many specialists graduating. So you will not have a challenge of human resources to be able to work within here. And the private sector always follows rate of return. Yes. Very good presentation. Data. We have enough demographic data on Kisumu. Is it available? Real data. What is the real income of people working in Kisumu? Private sector is very keen to know that. Can they afford services? If I came and brought so many billions of shillings, who will buy? Yeah, who is going to use this? Because I want my return in 5 years, 6 years, or 10 or 15. So I'm not going to put money in the corruption of business model. So what is the economic mainstay of Kisumu County, of Kisumu people? But I want to say that if you want to go into subspecialty care, you're not going to do it for Kisumu County. You have to look at the deficits from all the neighboring counties around. I think Kisumu is lucky in that they have richer neighbors, potentially, in terms of economic activity and production, but they have nowhere to go. Why are people going to Eldoret for what we can do here? People are crossing all the way from for simple eye operations. So we have the capacity to be able
to do that, but you have to create a clinical hub. Absolutely, yeah, a clinical hub with super subspecialty care, and the way we started it, access. I think what we always forget is who is going to pay. It's not going to pay. Everything is in the private sector. I always used to ask myself the question: who is going to pay? So you have the knowledge scheme. But knowledge doing what? Primary care. Primary, yes. The Indian until I become so. All the super specialty hospitals in India successful not because people are paying out of pocket. They are successful because the state governments, which is equal in the county government of Kisumu, has decided, I'm not to awake enemies today. I will tell you, let's talk about specialty care. Hospitals have somebody who is paying for people to go. Yes. You interview those people and they will kiss God and say, I had no chance, I didn't know to pay to this hospital. I could not afford it. How do we pray? He says we have a Rajiv Gandhi card, which allows us to go for triple bypass, cancer treatment, anything, all NCDs. So as you do your now, to be able to get super specialty treatment in the private sector to succeed, that is where the money is. Because you can only have the tonsils removed once. Yeah, you can only have your kidney transplant once. Yeah, but that is what the specialists need, and you've got to tie it up with another big thing. Be realistic about your teaching hospitals. Because there's hospital with all comorbidities, and you can only if your hospitals can number of operations, the private sector will be able to have volume. So when we talk about innovation, you have 1 minute. Yes. Yes. Skilled healthcare workers in this county, in the country, we don't have enough data for the private sector to make those decisions, to pump in the money here, and we have to make Kisumu a destination where not like the other you can rush and take
the specialists, not saying the single story, not only focusing on brick and mortar, and very clear thinking from an ecosystem perspective. So that's very clear for Dr. Ganda to answer. Then we open to
I want to say that my opinions are personal because I'm a board member of Farm Access, which is supporting Marwa. Sure. I want us to scale up from Marwa to do bigger
things. Absolutely. Yes. That's very, very clear. I'm also that radical. Yes. So Dr. Ganda, over to you. And as Dr. Ganda is responding, we are very keen now to transition to the plenary and just hear from the team on the ground and get your questions. So I will need support with someone with a mic.
All right, thank you very much. I think he's talked a lot, but yes. I can answer in a very simple.
Absolutely.
I'm usually very simple. Yes. What Governor has done for Kisumu is to give Kisumu a foundation. Absolutely. The foundation is the most important part of the house, not the roof. So the heavy lifting is done by the government. You talk about a beautiful town. That is exactly what you're doing. Beautiful lakefront, a beautiful town, a clean city that you can live in. That is government done. So that is a part of the baseline. So that you're able to attract specialists to stay here and people of that high caliber. You build roads, make sure there's water, there's electricity, and those kind of things. The second thing for healthcare is, are the people able to afford care? Because if you are putting up a hospital and they cannot afford care, that's a problem. And Marwa is what tries to bridge that. I say Rome cannot be built in a day. Marwa is not a one-year project, it's a long-term 5-year project. And what the governor did is what the governor has given the people of Kisumu. That is, the people at the lowest level. We are scaling up others who can be able to afford and looking at partners who can be able to see how can we bridge, maybe put in a little money so eventually 100% of the people in Kisumu should be insured in the next 5 years. But then you don't want to wait for these 5 years for you to say that now we want to put up a center for orthopedics. You start doing it now. And that's what we're doing. So we're building the foundation. We're seeing the foundation coming up. You talked about data. That's what the community health system is going to do. This is going to be the first country with information about 70 or 80% of the households in detail. Not just what did you eat yesterday, blah, 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 everything. That is power. Information is power, as you say. So Kisumu, I think, has done the foundation and is doing the foundation. And we are now looking at people who want to walk forward with us from the foundation now to build the walls of the roof. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists as we actually ask 1 or 2 questions from the floor. Can we see by a show of hands? Yes, Dr. Bernard Olayo has a question. And as he's asking, just good to add on to what the chief has said, never let the best be the enemy of the good. At times you start somewhere, then you get the incremental value. Yes, Dr. Bernard.
Yeah, thank you very much. Not so much of a question, but to start further debate. So there's a lot of change in Kisumu. I did internship here when we had extremely few doctors at the turn of the century. Right now, I think the number has gone up more than 10 times. So I think there's a change happening, but there's still some gaps that need to be filled. One of the challenges I think is good that the government is doing the talk, but we really need to start, walking the talk. Are we really serious about implementation of these PPPs? And do we have examples? So my recommendation, not really to advise the government, is to start with something small and be prepared to fail and try it out, whether it's with one subsection of the hospital or so. Because as Gordon said clearly, it's who's going to pay. We'll only know that the county government is very, very serious about these PPPs when they eventually pay for it, for the people to access it. And I haven't seen an example of a properly structured PPP, small scale, that doesn't cost a lot of money, that we can refer to as a good example that we can scale up. So that's really what I'm looking at as an investor coming into Kisumu today, in terms of, are they really willing, able to pay? Because the people are so poor to pay for some of the things that we are asking for. So in the interim, someone has to pay for them. And the only payer that we're looking forward to is His Excellency's coffers to pay for some of his poor people to access those excellent services that Odundo talked about.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Another question from the floor. I think it's very clear about shared value and county contribution. Who picks up the bill and the value? What is in it for me? Yes? Please go ahead.
Thank you. By name, I'm Anyang. I realize many of you here are doctors. I'm not, but I'm also your rapporteur for the session. But allow me to ask a question as a participant. One, let me congratulate Dr. Ganda. Jaramogi Oginga Teaching and Referral Hospital has really improved. Looks so nice and clean. I think
a round of applause just to appreciate that. Those are the incremental progress that we are seeing.
Yes. Probably when it is dry, let just the water be, the grass be watered. But the place is really good. Yeah. Now I'm wondering on the issue of health insurance. How can this be promoted with the private sector? And tying this to recently, I've realized you are accepting our own. Can there be a way of making the government facilities to be attractive even to these other insurance, health insurance providers? Like now you are bringing our own, so that at least the government can also be getting the much money the private sector also gets. So somehow we are also trading in the, you are able to attract the private insurance, because those of us who are privately insured will tend to go to the private hospitals, sometimes because of the bureaucracy. For example, it may take you 1 hour to register at JOTRH, 1 clean hour, just before you register to go to where you need to go and see maybe the clinician. So it may turn away. When I go, to example, to Blaze, may take me 10 minutes. And you see, so I will prefer to go to Blaze. Yet you could attract this money from our own if your systems are more robust. Of course, there is a good improvement, as I've said, but if more could be done, I believe can attract the private money into government facilities. Then secondly and lastly, again, I had someone mention, my background is political science, so excuse me if I put it this way.
Please make it precise because of time, because there's a session that's also coming in just now.
How can you motivate more doctors to be specialists? Again, it takes you 6 hours to see a specialist in any hospitals.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I would request the CC to answer. I can see we have, Gordon wants to answer, but let's contract on 1 minute. Can you answer in 1 minute?
All right, I'll try.
Okay, thank you.
Bernard Olai, I think there are 42,000 indigents who are fully paid for NHIF for 1 year. And he needs to look at also the budget for this financial year. There's 140 million shillings by the county budget for payment of indigent health insurance. So it is not talk, it's actually being done. There's also 60 million shillings which has been put up for digitalization of the community health volunteers. Open into our Facebook page, you'll see a number who are graduated, 200 graduated 2 weeks ago, and we are doing it every month until the end of the year. So that is part of walking the talk. What my colleague has talked about there has been a problem with government, because governments work with budgets which are fixed. So if Jaramogi has a budget of 200 million shillings, they cannot spend 300 million shillings. So that makes it very difficult for them to venture into many other things. And that is why we did the FIF bill, Facility Improvement Bill. Facility Improvement Bill, which was signed by His Excellency the Governor last month, will allow Jaramogi to keep the money that it makes. And so it can run as a business model. When you walk into the facility with your our own pays Jaramogi, Jaramogi uses the money to be able to give more services. So I think next year we shall be seeing the transformation of the facilities, and we can't blame Jaramogi because this is something that used to be there before devolution. But devolution came up with a new animal that killed all that, and all monies were supposed to be channeled into the county revenue fund and run according to a strict budget. So counties, if you look into this, to the COB, Kisumu is amongst the 9 counties which have passed and signed FIF bills. And so we are on the right track. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Gordon, 1 minute. Then as we call the other panelists to start getting ready, tafadhali.
I just wanted to touch on the issue about access through medical insurance. And if there are any insurers in this room, they've not been my friends. You know, the people confuse insurance as your travel agent, whose job is to get you to the best destination within your budget. And I would tell the insurance people that the day you open a glass of champagne because somebody's life has been saved and they've spent 5 million shillings, and you say, wow, this man has our cover and we've spent 5 million and he's alive, is a day that the medical insurance space is going to grow in this country. They are designed to not make payments and to exclude, you know? So that's why we struggle. And that is why NHIF has become a big player in the market, because NHIF is not excluding. All the people now accessing dialysis, minor surgery, MRIs, CT, cancer treatment. Well, no insurer wants to touch that. We also, I think, as a county, need to fundamentally make a law that stops them from excluding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause for our able panelists. We really, really appreciate. This is just an initial conversation. We will continue and we hope next year. Dr. Ganda, I think we have paused at a very critical point. We want to be back here to unpack all this that we were discussing. Do you promise that? Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And good to mention that there are expression of interest also for the health sector. So we are all welcome to be able to invest. We've had of opportunities of Victoria Hospital. We've heard of the gaps, health systems and everything that we need to plug in. I encourage all of us investors tafadhali plug in. Asanteni sana. Thank you, and over to you, my sister.
Thank you. A round of applause for this panel. And for Millicent, thank you very much. It's obvious that Kisumu is awash, and especially the health sector is awash with opportunities for investors. There's still gaps there that need to be filled. I particularly enjoyed this panel and the discussions therein, and even the questions, the debate about Marwa, that was really interesting. And from it, we are learning that we need to make Kisumu a destination. Obviously, with the pandemic, COVID-19 exposed some things in our health sectors that we had not before thought about. Therefore, the next session, which is about re-engineering health commodities and technologies management, will address some of those. This session will focus on the following areas: the manufacturing of health commodities and, manufacturing of health commodities and technology. We want to take advantage of Kisumu's geographical location. There's a regional distributorship and hubs, supply chain technology for efficiency, effectiveness, vigilance, innovative financing mechanisms, etc. So here we want to talk about access, quality, availability, affordability. I want to welcome to the stage co-moderator, Dr. Nyong'o. Please take a seat. The panelists for this session, please take your seats. One of the things I learned is that Africa imports about 80% of pharmaceutical products and other medical consumables, and it is not sustainable. And therefore, on here, we will discuss that among other issues. And before we do that, allow me to welcome our keynote speaker today, Professor Dhiren. Professor Dhiren is the president and CEO of Med Additives. His specialties include entrepreneurship, global health, drug discovery, drug metabolism, to name but a few. He is a recipient of the Sato Memorial Award from the Pharmaceutical Society of Japan and a fellow of the American Association of Pharmaceutical Scientists. Professor Dhiren has a presentation for us. I don't know, is the slide ready for him? Great, thank you. Please welcome Professor Dhiren. Wait, we'll just sanitize this.
Hello. Good afternoon. So I just want to start by clarifying something. I'm listed here as an expert. Actually, I'm not an expert. I'm a student. And I'm a student of, for the last maybe 3-4 months, I've come here 3 times and I've come here to learn about the healthcare system, to learn about the major issues in healthcare delivery, pharmaceuticals. And before I started coming here, I've been studying this problem for maybe good 5 years. So what I want to do today is to frame today's discussion. I want to focus on pharmaceuticals, medicine. I want to talk about first the problem that we face as a community, as a country, and as a region. And then I also want to talk about some solutions. And then last 5 minutes, I will introduce med editors and kind of give you a very, very brief idea of how we want to come here and become a part of a solution. So that's probably how I'm going to frame my comments. If I can have the first slide. The problem, as you can see here, is despite the fact that there is a high burden of disease and morbidity and mortality, the supply of medicine is a major and ongoing and a chronic problem. Now, if you look across the world, in the last maybe 20, 30 years, the medicines actually have lifted the quality of life and elevated and expanded the lifespan by decades in some countries. I think here the same is possible, and it is actually medicines are doing that, but we have a long way to go. So access to medicine, in addition to other healthcare that we were just discussing, I think is a critical problem that we need to focus on. And on top of the fact that as if not having access is not enough, there is a very large prevalence of substandard and falsified medicines. And this happens because almost everything here is is imported. So you have a long and porous supply chain. And alongside that supply chain, there are many opportunities for people of who want to get rich at the expense of other people to substitute and falsify medicines and make money. Next slide. So if you take that, the fact that we need locally, we need to have access to medicine, and the best way to do that is to actually develop local supply of medicines, because import 70, 80, 90% of the import of medicines in different countries is not going to really sustainably improve quality of life and treat patients. So I think this is an important statistics for us to really know that for a population of 1.3 billion people in Africa, there are less than 400 manufacturers of medicine. And even within those 400 manufacturers, almost, I would say a majority of them basically import wholesale medicine and then repackage them. Compare that to India and China, which both have approximately the same population. And in terms of the land mass, as you can see, Africa can encompass both India and China. India has 10,000 manufacturers. China has 5,000 and growing by the day. Now, when you see this, you know that if you want to really, if a solution for this is having developing capacity for manufacture in our countries here, that solution cannot be incremental. You cannot, if you just aim for going from 400 to 500, or 600, I don't think we're going to put a serious dent. I think our aspiration should be that we will go from 400 to 1,000, 1,000 to 2,000 in years to come. And I think it's a not only sort of just an aspiration, it is actually doable, and it is implementable goal. And I think I want to talk to you about how we can actually do that through the transformational technologies that are already on the horizon. Next slide. So as I was just alluding to you, increased local manufacturing capacity is absolutely the long-term goal in addressing the problem with access to medicine. Not only should we be focusing on making drugs here, but on a longer term, we should be also planning for and going after manufacturing of active pharmaceutical ingredient, what we call API, and also other excipients. I talked about 400 manufacturers. There are only 2 manufacturers of API in Africa. So I think we need to look long term. We should focus initially on the products, but then over a longer period of time, the continent should become self-sustaining with respect to all aspects of manufacture of medicine. And this will reduce import. This will reduce problem with substandard medicine. And I think as we are thinking about this, it will also reduce the dependence that African countries have on donor programs for treating patients for a number of diseases, including specifically neglected tropical diseases. Ultimately, we need to really wean off of this donor program, and we need to create capacity to really make these medicines here. And I'm not going to go through what will it take. You can read that because some of these things actually will come up in our discussion. But the overarching theme about what can we do to change this is that we talk about support manufacturing. I think we should be talking about promoting it. We need to talk about really active sort of strategic priorities that should really show up in the country's strategic plan, in the county's strategic plan. And clearly, as it has been brought up many times, this can only be done if you have public-private partnership. The government has a role to play in developing right policies and creating infrastructure and so on. But also private sector needs to come in, and there must be a way for us, the governments here, to attract that. And there's a lot of discussion about that, and hopefully we'll have more. Next slide, please. So alongside the need, there is also an opportunity. This is not just something we want to do because we want to help. I think there is actually economic opportunity. If you just look at this, this is the statistics on East African market, pharmaceutical market. It is a growing market. By 2024, we are expecting it to be 4.2 billion and growing. And it is growing because the population is growing here. There is a growing middle class. There is an increased capacity to spend. And there is, of course, a sort of a new focus on healthcare and healthcare delivery throughout this region. So this market will continue to grow. That really means that if we can develop this local capacity, not only that will solve and address major health issues in our countries, but actually it is going to produce jobs and it's going to really spur economic development. So this is a win-win. Next slide, please. So I'm going to just take 5 minutes to talk about MedEditas. We are a nonprofit organization. And what you see here is what describes us. I founded this nonprofit for the sole purpose of addressing problems of access to medicine. We are nonprofit, but I think we are developing a business model where we will actually have sustainable businesses, both in the US and in the country where we establish manufacturing. So it's a sort of a mixed model. And we are going to heavily depend on partnerships in really delivering our promise. Next slide. So obviously, maybe I'm biased, but I believe that as we have put together this organization and build the foundation, I think we have learned from what has worked and what has not worked. So some of the unique advantages that we are developing is a unique business model, and I'll talk to you more about it. It is heavily focused on partnerships. We do not want to reinvent the wheel. We want to find people who actually has abilities that we don't need to build, but we want to do this only with people who are philosophically completely aligned with us in terms of why we are doing this. We believe that technology, modern technology in pharmaceutical manufacturing and data science is a very important part of the solution. And we believe that we have been able to find and build a relationship with the top minds in the US to help us bring that technology to Africa. And finally, I think one of the things that I think, there are many things I don't do well, but one of the things I do well is find people who have more talent and more intelligence and more wisdom than I do. And then I bring them together and I create teams and I let them loose. So we have a very, very experienced board. We have a very large network of people who are willing to volunteer and work with us. And we believe that that is going to really be a very distinct advantage for us. Next slide. So I'm just going to take a moment and then I can expand on this during question answer. What you see in the bottom is the way drugs are manufactured for the last 30, 40 years. It requires several steps, and each step requires a lot of infrastructure. So really a pharmaceutical manufacturing facility, if you go there, will occupy an entire floor and maybe a couple of floors in a building. And all this facility has to be built in the so-called GMP, good manufacturing environment. So it's expensive to build, expensive to maintain. And very important point, from the start of the process till the end where you actually get the tablets, this is about tablet manufacturing, it takes from 2 weeks to 2 months. So it's a slow grinding process to make one batch of any product. Compare that with the new technology, which we call modular, continuous, portable manufacturing technology. And I just showed you pictures of real manufacturing line. This is a Pfizer's manufacturing line. These are actually 2 lines. So there is an entire manufacturing process can be done with one of the 2 product line. You start at the top, you meter in ingredients, and at the bottom, the tablets come, and this can happen almost within minutes. And this process is continuous. You can actually keep producing this nonstop, day and night, 7 days a week. One such line can actually produce 2 to 3 billion tablets a year. So this is the technology. This is transformational. And we want to bring this technology here. We believe that using technology like this, we will actually have competitive advantage and we'll be able to compete with imports from Asia. Next slide. Along with that, we also want to bring the technology that is focusing on, this is a blockchain powered technology. And this is a data collection, management, storage management, dissemination sort of technology. This is actually, this whole blockchain emerged from the cryptocurrency, but it has now tremendous healthcare applications. And there is a company called Remedy with whom we are partnering, and they specialize in actually developing and implementing applications of blockchain in a healthcare setting. We plan to bring Remedy technology with us, and we want to really integrate this technology throughout our entire process, manufacturing, but also in warehousing and distribution. And finally, our long-term goal is that we would like to actually ultimately reach the patient, follow their compliance, follow their health outcomes, and use data to really improve really our way to deliver the drugs. So this is going to be another transformational technology. I think combination of continuous manufacturing and blockchain's quality management system can truly transform how drugs are made anywhere in the world, but we want to do this in Africa. The best part is if we successfully do this, we can then scale this very, very rapidly. We can go from 1 to 10 units in a matter of 2 or 3 years. We believe that once we show that this works, then go to big funders like Gates and USAID, we can really attract and also to the private sector and attract large investment and funding to go from 1 unit to 10 units. And once you get to that level, now you're talking about significantly changing the supply situation in this continent. Next slide. So we are also going to be very strategic in the products that we will make. There are lots of drugs that are being imported, so we don't want to necessarily against the imports in everything. We want to focus on pediatric drugs because my research shows that children are treated here with mostly adult formulations and adult products, and that is not good. We need to really, to improve the efficacy and safety of treating children, we must focus on developing pediatric specific drugs. We also want to focus on increasing need of non-communicable disease drugs, such as cardiovascular diabetes. This is an area of tremendous concern. And we believe that not only we can actually, help treat patients, but actually this is can really give us a competitive advantage in pharmaceutical sector. And we also want to focus on neglected tropical disease. As I said, that most of the countries have heavily relied on donor programs, and this has to be changed. So we want to work with the international agencies such as TB Alliance and Drugs for Neglected Disease Initiative, and we want to become their go-to manufacturer for products in Africa. Next slide. So I'm going to end this here just to have you see this. As I said, we want to not just come here and be another manufacturing facility. We want to come here and bring technology, bring experience, and truly we would like to really transform in the way drugs are made, distributed, and treated. We believe that this is possible. We believe this is possible in the time frame that I'm planning for. That is in the next 5 years or so. We should have our products in the market. And I feel very gratified that the Kisumu County government and His Majesty Governor has been extremely enthusiastic about working with us and creating a very unique and very impactful partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. Allow me to hand over to Dr. Nyong'o, but please stay on because after this we'll have an MOU signing ceremony with PharmAccess and SkyCan. So we will hear about it from this panel. We will hear about it, and our DG will be part of that signing ceremony. So stay on. So remember that this is the Kisumu International Investment Forum, and we are attracting investors, and we have already in our bags at least 2 of them. Karibu, Dr. Nyong'o.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, Prof, thank you very much. In my medical training, we attended some lectures with pharmacists, but I think you've made us to know what happens, and probably after this, we may get some certificate of attendance in drug manufacturing, because we've really learned a lot. We'll try to be quick and give our panelists enough time, so I'll not take time in introducing them. One of the panelists, if I start talking about him, because I've known him for 30 years, maybe we'll be here the whole day. Not all the panelists are doctors. We have Roger Sokea, who is going to tell us about drones, how maybe blood, drugs. For me, if maybe I'm doing a cesarean section, he can bring me something that can help save a mother's life. Nyalita from Kenya Health Federation will join us again because she's an expert in supplies, commodities, and all that. Prof has already talked, so if there are questions, he will be able to answer some. And then finally, is there anyone I've left amongst my panelists? No. So as a brief, what COVID showed us is that, and even as a country and as a county, we learned it with the post-election violence when the food supply to Kisumu was cut off. So what COVID has shown is that drug supply can also be cut off and our population can really suffer. So these eminent panelists, together with you, are going to discuss it and see how these processes can be made short. If you have been listening to the media, some of us who are in the medical profession, sometimes we are caught between the rock and the hard place. Medicine and healthcare generally from our population is more of volunteerism. You are not supposed to ache and living from it, but we need to change it. You can still make money and provide healthcare, and you don't feel guilty about it. So I think that is what we are supposed to do. When the government is doing UHC, one of the reference is that they want to give healthcare so that people are not rendered homeless and also helpless because of healthcare. And I think that is one of the things that can really be done and everybody will go home happy. In fact, I would be happy if the next time people are vying, number one priority should be health. A healthy population is a productive population and you are going to have development. Without further ado, Rogers, I think someone in the audience said this thing is dominated by doctors. Can you break the ice and tell us about the strategies about this drone thingy? What is it going to do to make things easier? Some of us, when we think about drones, we hear about the Americans trying to shoot terrorists in Middle East. Can you make it easier for us with drones and healthcare?
Thank you so much for that. First, I'm Roger Sokea. I'm Director of Operations for SkyCut. Now, SkyCut is a drone manufacturing company. We manufacture delivery drones. So we're not manufacturing bombing drones or that. So it's a manufacturing company that manufactures delivery drones. So before I continue, I would like to share with everyone here that our CEO, Simon, is watching us from the US. We have one of our investors who is also watching from France. So they're also part of this. So to tell you about drones, if you don't know about drones, drone is a flying robot which can move from one place to another. And the drone that we have manufactured is a drone that can be used to deliver medicine, vaccines, blood from one place to another. So what it does, let's say to Kisumu County, is you can centralize your distribution, whereby you don't need to build labs in all small dispensaries across the county, but you can have one major laboratory whereby you can supply, let's say, blood from there to the dispensaries, or you can distribute from one centralized place. So what is going to save you is, one, the cost of building those laboratories and small centers where you store drugs. And number two, it's going to help in faster distribution, let's say, of blood, for instance. Right now, if you want to take blood, let's say to Nyakach, for instance, you have to take it via road. But drone gives you a direct line of delivery from one point to another. So I'll talk more about the particular drone that we intend to bring in Kisumu. If you allow me, I can say that, then maybe you can ask questions. So the drone we've built is a multi-delivery drone. It's the world's first multi-delivery drone, meaning that it can carry up to 4 packages and deliver within a single flight. So it flies at a speed of around 129 kilometers per hour, and it can go up to 160 kilometers. So it's being operated, we have a cloud platform that operates it. So a pilot just sits on one place, and it can fly up to, let's say, 10 drones to different locations. The drone does not require a drone port infrastructure. It has a vertical takeoff and landing, meaning it can pick anything from here and delivers to a rural hospital, for instance. So this is the kind of product that we are bringing to you. And we believe that with your vision of a UHC, we're going to reach the remote areas of Kisumu County and also even export some of your services to other counties, because 160 kilometers is very far. So we are ready to work with Kisumu County. And for information, last month we did a presentation in Dubai Expo, who are also interested in this particular drone. And I can tell you that we are launching it first here in Kisumu, if you allow us, if you welcome us, and it will go from here to other countries. And also there's a major hospital in the US who is also going to implement the same thing we intend to implement here in the US. So Kisumu, I think you're lucky, and being here, we believe that we can work together and achieve that.
Thank you very much. If you are here and you are wondering why the investment conference is international, now you can see why it is international. What he was presenting in Dubai, he's presenting right here with us. And Kisumu, I'm definitely sure the deputy governor is here. The governor, wherever he is, he's following it very closely. I'm sure we are in very safe hands. Anastasia, because that supply chain is part of your area of expertise, is there anything else you can add to what Rogers is saying? Because it has been also in our domain of the very, very difficult times that KEMSA has gone through, and even post-COVID, some of the dead stock that they have been stuck with up to today. What are some of the innovations that can come about so that you avoid such issues?
Yeah, thank you. I think the first thing we must do is apply technology, because the reason we have dead stock, it's not only in KEMSA, but you'll be surprised also in wherever the commodities, whether it's public or private. And until you have visibility of what you have, and you have visibility of the offtake, and also the status of your stocks, and downstream also availability, then you're not able to plan, and either end up having out of stocks or excess stocks which will expire. So digital technology is very important to ensure that, and also upskilling the professionals in the supply chain to ensure that demand forecasting is as accurate as it can get. That's number one. Number two, very excited about the presentation. Thank you very much about the modular, and I think modular is also going to be applied also in public sector. I think for the vaccines, we can't run away from that, so that's a good one. With the fragmentation that I mentioned earlier, it applies also in the supply chain, and that makes the cost of medicines extremely high. So we have an opportunity in pooling, pool procurement. But more important also when it comes to local manufacturing, we have to move from standalone manufacturing facilities that you duplicate the shared services like, waste treatment, quality control, laboratory, things like that, and make it very expensive, to shared services in an industrialized. I'm sure in what they've done in India, and we've studied that as CARE-Chef, we are pushing that agenda very much. It's, together with the KEPSA and Fintranet and the UN SDG partnership platform. Industrial parks is the way to go, specialized industrial parks. So you have one park that, you have different investors that can invest in any way. And those who are in the supply chain can either do contract manufacturing. For me, there is really an opportunity. Why should the big distributors and also the medium ones, someone like Meds, they do contract manufacturing of their products in India. We should have a shared services where they can do their brands here in Kenya. Same to the smaller distributors who are actually doing their brands there, because it's cheaper to do it there, and then they come and make their margins along the way. So we need to have that consolidated manufacturing specialized parks, and this is something as Kenya Healthcare Federation we're actually now championing, and we hope to launch that during 2023 60 years of Kenya celebrations.
So that's an opportunity, and I'd like also to have a conversation. Kisumu, you have plenty of land where you can actually put that through. You have the modular opportunities, you have the supply chain opportunities. But remember, at the end of the day, whether it's public or private, unless you have economies of scale, then it becomes very expensive. So that's the innovations and the opportunities we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. Dr. Layo, Hewa Tele has helped the county government put up modern oxygen generation capacity at JOTRH. Could you please expound on the plans you have with Kisumu County with the new aspect of increasing the oxygen capacity, not only being a base of in Kisumu County, so that it can help support. And we also appreciate the fact that it took you and your team to have WHO list oxygen as one of the essential drugs.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Nyong'o. I think on a light note, he was saying that we were admitted to the same high school the same day. So we've known each other for a very long time. But Hewa Tele is a journey, really, and thank you so much for inviting us here today to speak about this important subject. Oxygen is essential for life. And when I used to work for the government hospitals, I was working in Suba, I would drive to Kisumu and beg one of the companies to just give me 2 cylinders of oxygen to go back with. And sometimes they didn't give me, and that means that I can't do my cesarean sections. This is what drove me to start studying this subject. And it will shock you that an average hospital in Kisumu or in sub-Saharan Africa will pay 13 times per liter, for a liter of oxygen as their counterparts in North America, and probably 10 times as their counterparts in Europe, where some of these major companies come from. So in 2014, we started doing our own manufacturing in Western Kenya using a simpler method, the PSA technology. We set up our first plant in Siaya, and that was serving around 60 health facilities using a milkman distribution model. Our first client on the day we launched, I think, was Sagam Hospital, and I still believe they continue to get oxygen from us. In 2017, we expanded to Nakuru and Nairobi, and we are currently using Hewa Tele 1.0, serving around 200 health facilities with oxygen in Kenya. And with COVID, the demand really went up. I couldn't sleep because there wasn't enough oxygen in this country. So we have a new metric that we are using. I'm very worried even right now with this resurgence of new variants, because the country in totality does not have enough oxygen for 2,000 patients that require high flow oxygen. We have, even if you're looking at the ICU space, according to the government, we have in theory 543 ICU beds. And as Dr. Ganda demonstrated earlier, very few of those beds are actually functional. So my working figure is that we probably can only ventilate effectively 100 and maybe 25 or 50 patients across the country effectively at any given time. So therefore, it calls on us to start thinking of how we can increase the production of oxygen. So the work we're doing with Jaramogi is where we help them through a contract with the hospital to set up and maintain the plant. But the plant that we have installed in Jaramogi is the first of its kind because it took us 7 years to identify common problems with the PSA technology, and we worked with the manufacturer to optimize it. And therefore, we produced our first plant that addresses some of the common failure modes in a PSA plant, and this is the first one. It has also been approved by WHO, and we have installed, I think, 3 of similar plants in Somalia for WHO, and we'll be bringing it to other countries as well. But this is not enough. The main need of the country will require another technology. And that's where Hewatele 2.0 is, in that we must start producing liquid oxygen. I would have been very happy to produce liquid oxygen in Kisumu, but nobody can. BOC can't, we can't. Air Liquide, with whom we are working, cannot produce liquid oxygen in Kisumu. Why? Because production of oxygen, just like production of glass, is a continuous process that requires extremely stable power. So if the power goes out for 2 minutes, you shut down the plant, you have to purge it for 4 hours and remove everything that was already in production, and then you start afresh. And from when you start, it will take you another 8 hours to get the first drop of liquid oxygen. So when you assess the power in Kisumu, then you can't put such a plant in Kisumu, or for that matter, anywhere in Western Kenya. So we will set this plant in a special economic zone outside Nairobi, where at least through the investment that have been done, the Tatu City at least guarantees the most reliable power in Kenya today, and then have a big distribution, a refilling depot just across the road from the airport here in Kisumu to target Western Kenya. So we will produce liquid in Nairobi, ship it here, and then we can do last mile distribution from here.
Thank you, Ben, but I still hope that Hewatele will have its headquarters in Kisumu, and most of the other manpower and other things will be done from Kisumu. But Governor Deputy is here, and if it is power you want, I'm sure they've understood. And if you have not yet started at that Tatu City, Kisumu will work out so that you do it here in Kisumu. Prof. Thaka, please, could you kindly elaborate on some of the things which you think are hindering Big Pharma from doing what you are willing and ready to do in Kisumu, that is setting up manufacturing hubs in this part of the world, and Kisumu specifically?
Yeah, so one of the reasons you don't have big farmers here is a sort of the old problem and an old answer, and that is they don't feel that they have the economic incentive to come here. You know, imagine I will use the, you know, any multinational who comes here and manufactures and then tries to sell it at a price point that will be sustainable here. They will immediately be challenged and say, why are you charging us $10 for a pill in the US and selling it here at a few cents? So that's one of the things that have prevented them from really doing this. The second thing is they also are worried about the same thing we discussed, and that is very high risk of substitution and of drugs, their supply chain. In fact, believe it or not, we have been in an early discussion with at least one, and probably second one, where they now know what we are doing, and they are very interested in us actually importing their medicines in bulk and packaging it here and taking responsibility for distribution. They're intrigued by the global chain. I mean, our technology, remedy technology, that can provide security and tracking and tracing of our products all the way to the patient. So this way, actually, they can sort of co-brand with us, and they can really provide, we can help them make medicines here and supply it at a price that is sustainable here. But we can also guarantee the integrity of their products. So that's one of the solutions that we are looking at.
Thank you very much. This juncture, as we, with our panelists, please, the members of the audience, it's not only a top-bottom thing that at the front here, you are also part and parcel of us, and we are really willing for you to ask a question to our eminent panelists. I think at this moment, our Deputy Governor is going to ask a question, and if I don't reveal his secret, he has an experience and an interest in this field. Somebody to sanitize the microphone, please give His Excellency.
Sorry, I was not here from the beginning. I would have loved to be here from the onset. You can imagine that it must have been something really pressing. This particular topic or subject, probably, if you consider it as a project, it's probably the most bankable outside the lakefront development that we talked about earlier. I've been in the sector. I was expecting Nathan Lure also to come with us later there. Of course, Hewa Tele. Yeah, you need to consider very seriously setting up base here. And we are willing to open up discussions to that effect. It's a homegrown company, and I think we need to think about owning it. The big elephant in the room that may not make us achieve this wonderful dream has to do with the cost of production. I've been in manufacturing before, at least for some 6 years, and I know of companies that set base in Kenya to manufacture simple products like paracetamol, and the same companies actually were, they are manufacturers of the APIs and the excipients, but still, because of the unfair business environment in our country, in as far as the cost of production is concerned, they were forced to fold. It is still cheaper to import molecules. So I'm hoping that we have really thought about the APIs, and we need to start encouraging, because quite a number